Morning all, morning all. Hope everyone's well on this wondrous Wednesday morning. Another day further on, Fulham away at the weekend after the disaster last weekend that was the North London derby. I've no doubt we will continue to talk about it. We'll talk about Fulham. We'll talk about what you want to talk about today. To be fair, you get your comments in the chat. We're going to try and keep up with the chat today. Hopefully, we'll have a nice show. Get your comments in. Get your comments in. What do you want to speak about today? What do you want to comment about today? How do we uplift this squad and try and get a result at the weekend? I'll leave that one to you because at the moment, I don't know how we go about it, to be fair. But big up to all of you for being in here this morning. As usual, hope you're all well. We'll hit the chat straight away. Say a few hellos, try and keep up a little bit. Good morning to Steve, wondering what they're doing in training today, he says. Definitely won't be passing forward. There you go. Oh, and by the way, I've already done the weather report. Damp, overcast. I think it's about 10 or 11 degrees. If I checked my phone this morning, I think it was. But there you go. There's the weather report. In the northwest, not great out there today. Not much sunshine, but it is what it is. There you go. Stevie also says, cool, this is a stat, isn't it? Oh, God, my eyes are watering like mad this morning. Excuse me. Steve says 46 Premier League defeats at home since the new stadium opened in 2019. Wow. Wow. That is some stat, that, isn't it? That's horrendous. Absolutely horrendous. Anthony's here, Naguna. Big up to you, mate. Hope you're well. Big up, Mark. He says, come on, you Gunners. Great show last night. Loved the Tottenham meltdown on referees. It was a bit of a crazy show, to be fair. But look, listen, everyone's entitled to their opinions. Like we always say, Anthony. I've spoke to Chris, Spurs CC, privately, and we're going to do a show on referees at some stage. And just me and him, and we'll talk about it. I'll ask the questions to him, and he will give the most thorough answers that he can give. So, yeah, that'll be coming up at some stage further down the road. We'll talk about all that sort of stuff, and lots of other stuff, hopefully, as well, to be fair. And try and get some people on that really know what they're talking about as far as the subject that we're talking about on that day is concerned. So that'll be interesting. That will be. Big up to you, Anthony. It was a decent show, though, to be fair. It was a good show. Bit crazy at times, but it was a good show. Big up to Wembers. Morning, everyone. He says, I have the added joy of dealing with 2 relegation battles as my local and still part-time National League club, Wildstone, scored a key 2-1 win last night. Spurs, take note, please. Absolutely, we need some goals. We need some goals, Wembers, don't we? And where are we going to get them from? How are we going to get up the field to score goals? Again, under Frank, it was a problem. Too deep. Can't get the midfield and the attack further up the field. Ball always coming back. And we saw with Tudor the other day, and I can't blame him. He's only been here a week. Whether he can change it or not, we'll have to wait and see. There's a few very sceptical people out there, and I'm probably one of them that thinks he's going to struggle. He's got a couple of players back, and because as the weeks go by, obviously there'll be a few players come back. So hopefully that'll help him, and he doesn't get any more injuries. But we'll see. We'll see what he does. Big up, Dave. Morning to you, mate. He says, there's more chance of my plumber turning up as Enoch selling Spurs. Dodgy plumber then, Dave. Dodgy plumber. Oh, you had a leak the other day, wasn't it? I hope you got it sorted out, David, that leak. I vaguely remember that you saying about that. I'm sure it was you. I hope you're all sorted. And I know you haven't been well, mate, either. So I hope that's going all right as well, mate. Marianne's in this morning. Big up to you, Marianne. Good morning, Cookie, and all the chat. YouTube member. And absolutely, there are memberships available if anyone is that invested in this channel that they would like to join. You're more than welcome. You're more than welcome. Hit that sub button as well. Sub button's got to be it every day. And the likes. 4 away from 900. 4, I can't believe I'm saying this. 4 away from 900 subscribers. Unbelievable. And hit that like button for us, please. And we'll come on to this gentleman. I'm going to say good morning to him, as I always do. I'll be tapping you up for a couple of thumbnails, Nige, by the way, later on when you get home. And he says, morning, Cookie and chat. Keeping me company at work. Nige, we will talk about your show that you've got from 6 o'clock tonight, 6 p.m. tonight. In a little bit, we'll wait for a few more people to come in the room, which I'm sure they will. And we will maximise the potential of your show because I know it's going to be a banger. So for the people that are in here now already, Pure Coys tonight, 6 o'clock, call-in show. Okay, it's the first time Nige will have done a call-in show. So, you know, you people can ring in, have your say. And I'm sure Nige will have his own questions to ask people as well. But yeah, it's going to be fantastic, and we're gonna how do you say, plug the shit out of his show today, get him some proper numbers in tonight, nearly at 1,500, Nige, and he's going to start doing a few more lives in the evenings, and obviously doing his breakfast show in the morning. So any support to Nige would be great for him this evening, and again, I will mention this later on in the show. Big up to you, Nige. Big up. Drewler's in. Morning, Drewler. Hope you're well this morning. Big up to Drewler. Sully's in. Morning, Sully. Nice to see you, mate. Coming a regular in here. I like it, Sully. I like it. I reckon Sully's got his notification bell turned on. That's what it is. So you all should have. So you all should have. Big up to all of you. Big up, Sully. Morning, Ghosted. Hope you're well, mate. Have a good day, fella. Shem Tam's in. Morning to you, mate. Hope you're good. My old mate's Joey's in. Big up to you, Joe. He says, Fulham will be another disaster. Joey, we will see. We will see what changes throughout this week. You know, and I know, probably not a lot. But I'm there to be surprised, as they say. I'm there to be surprised. So, we'll see. We'll see, Joey. We'll see, mate. Jimmy says, big up Cookie in the chat this morning from sunny Tenerife. You've got the missus looking at holidays now, Jim. She was in now, I don't know if it was yesterday or the night before, and I've said, oh, Jim's in Tenerife, straight away. Whoosh. She's on the phone. Big up to you, Jim. I hope you're having a good time out there, mate. Having a few and enjoying yourself, mate. Dom's in. Big up Mark 1 and the Chatterati. There you go, Chatterati. Like it. Good morning from a cloudy Bedford. More weather reports coming in. Absolutely. Marcus is in. Big up to you, Marcus. Big up to you. Right, Marcus. I know my old mate Nige wants to see you tonight on his show. All right, because he texted me this morning. He's very interested in what you've got to say, mate. All right. So make sure you tune in tonight. Eat a bell. Nigel will be on Pure Coys, as you probably well know, at 6 p.m. He says, morning, Cookie. Hope you're well. Thanks for letting me on. Listen, mate, there's no thanks required. You're more than welcome. If the lines are open for people to come on, it's down to you lot to hit the link and come in. I can't force any of you, but I want to hear what all of you have got to say. The more people that we can get interacting in the shows, especially the phone calling shows, the better. I'm all up for that. As long as people don't get silly, and they're there to talk about football, there's no problem with it at all. Big up to you, Marcus. Finn's in. Morning, Cookie, he says. Spurs need to take a leaf out of Bodo Glimt's book, proving that determination, fight and desire can overcome any team. Well, Finn, flying, aren't they, Bodo? And you're correct. It just shows you don't need a team of stars to do what you've got to do. Don't get me wrong. In their league over there, they've got a couple of players that they rate, and a lot of the time, these players seem to turn up in big games against other foreign opposition. So big up to Bodo. Big up to him. If you go down, would you take any of their players next year? Mind you, if you stay up, would you take any of their players next year? Just asking. I don't know if I would. I'd have to look a bit deeper into it. Probably in the Championship. Absolutely. I think they've probably got the same problem as us. They've got players that are very well respected, yeah, but it's probably consistency again. But, no one knows. No one knows. Big up, Finn. Solly says, we're missing a spark from this team. God, not half. They're kicking the motorbike over, mate, and they're kicking it and they're kicking it and they're kicking it. You know what I mean? That Kickstarter and the spark plug's knackered, Sully. The spark plug's knackered, mate. We need a new spark plug, don't we? No dynamism. Hammers have Bowen, Somerville. Forest have better players in multiple positions. Manor Solomon, yes, him, has even started contributing to Fiorentina. Got loads of players out on loan, Sully, haven't we, as well, to come back for next year, for next season. And if we do go down, a lot of them will be suited to the Championship and it'll give them another year. If that happens, again, I don't want no relegation. I know this, I've seen, and again, other YouTubers have got their, and same as I have, we've got their own opinion on it. A lot of people seem to think that if we go down, it'll be the best thing for us to have a reset and to start again. And I see that point of view. I really do see that point of view. But just as again, as much as I want them out, I don't know if relegation would force them to sell. The only way I can put it is, if you had a house that was worth £1 million and something happened on the stock market or all the prices of the house went down. If your house went down to 500 grand, but you knew it was worth £1 million, would you sell it? Might be a bit of a poxy example, if you like, but just putting it in layman's terms. Because if Tottenham go down, what was worth 3.5, 4 billion, it's probably worth 1.5, 2 billion, if that. Plus all the other stuff that goes with it, all the other bits and pieces, the sponsorship and all that, and struggle to get the deals that they can get if they're in up the top echelons of the Premier League. But interesting that. It's interesting. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. Smash the Lights Ghosted says, absolutely, you lot. 50 likes today as usual, minimum. please. Hit that like button, hit that sub button. Let's go. 4 subs. 4 subs to 900. Let's go. 2 weeks ago, we was on 700. Let's do it, people. Hit that button. Big up to Al. Hope you're well, mate. Morning Cookie says, progressive passing is a massive weakness in most of our players available. Listen, mate, yeah, it is. It is. And you see that when we play in the Champions League, they get a bit more room. They get a bit more time, Alan, as you saw against the Dortmunds. And that split second allows them to progress the ball. When we're playing in the Premier League, for some unknown reason, we get pushed back and then we can't get out again. And if we do get out, lack of players going forward. So something's got to be done. You know, Alan, as bad as I think the players are, I think the lack of confidence and the mentality that's in the team now, like as we speak at the moment, with everything that's going on the field, the relegation, all that sort of stuff. Can Igor get that, like we say, can he get that little bit more out of them? Can he get a spark out of a Xavi? At the moment, it doesn't look like it, does it? They just look downtrodden, beaten. We just took an hammer in on Sunday. Confidence is going to be at a low. But listen, this bloke's in there to do what he does. He's meant to be, you know, light the fire. Let's go. Now, early doors, let's go and get the points. Whether he can do that or not, starting at Fulham at the weekend, you know, I'm not very hopeful. But stranger things have happened. You know that Tottenham could turn up for 45 minutes. Igor's goal is to make Tottenham turn up for 90 minutes. Whether they've got it in them or not, again, I don't know. Only they can tell us. Only they can tell us. Great show this morning. Got a few in again. Keep hitting that button, people. Razzle's in. Razzle, I know you haven't been well, mate. All right. So, you know, we're always here if you need to talk, mate. Don't, you know, you're ill, you've probably got family and all that sort of stuff, mate, but we're always here, mate. All right. So I hope you're feeling a lot better, getting back on track and being, as usual, like all the others in here, the super duper mod that you are, mate, and the person that you are as well, mate. So big up to you, Razzle. I hope you're feeling a lot better. Billy's in. Morning, he says, come on, you Spurs, Enoch out. Absolutely, Billy. Here he is, my old mate, Dave. Hope you're well, Dave. Hope you're feeling better too. We've had a few people lately that have not been well and, you know, other bits and pieces going on in their life. But big up to you, Dave. Thanks for popping in, mate. Appreciate you and I hope you're feeling better, mate. And I know you've had bits and pieces going on in your life, but I hope you're a lot better. He says, good morning to the chat as well. Big up, Dave. Alan says, hit that like button and get subscribing. 4 more subs and Cookie hits 900. Make his day. You don't know how much that sort of stuff makes my day. Every little milestone. It's like, wow, we've got there. You know? So big up to you, mate. Big up to you. Razzle says, plug the shizzle out of it. I think I found that dodgy plumber. A big up to you, Drula, as well. Drula's put Nigel's link in there for his channel. Get over there and hit a sub for Nige. And like I say, big show tonight for Nige. We'll get onto it a bit later on in the show when there's a few more of you in, because I know there'll be more coming in. I know there will be. Word gets out there that the Cookmeister's on. Big up, Drula. Here he is. Barb's is in. Big up to you, Barbaric. Good morning, Cookie. Hope you're well. He says, smash the likes and sub people. Absolutely. Absolutely. Barbaric saying good morning to Drula. Here we go. My old mate Mario's in as well. Big up to you, Mario. Morning, Mark. My head's all over the place, mate. Me too. Mario. Me too. I think my head's spinning when I actually do fall asleep, Mario, because when I wake up, it's still spinning, mate. Do you know what That's Tottenham for you. He says, my head's all over the place. As the days go on, more and more so-called experts are tipping us to go down. Well, I saw a little thing this morning, and West Ham and Forest are still. It gave the percentages without looking through my phone because I don't want to keep putting my head down. But apparently, Spurs' chance is like 4%. As it currently stands, West Ham's is 49 or something, and Forest is 20 something, and then obviously you had the other teams that are in and around it as well. But 4.8%, something like that, chance of going down. I don't believe that for a minute. I would say the odds should be a lot higher than that. We will see. Big up to you, Mario. Big up, mate. Alan says, not confident for the Fulham match at all. Can't see what changes. I'm struggling to see it as well, Alan. To be fair, I am struggling to see it. What changes? But only Igor can do whatever he's doing. This is what we were saying the other night, Alan. ENIC have run out of. They've run out of what they can do. They've almost stuck themselves down like, an alleyway that's never ending. But for Spurs fans now, there's a wall at the end of it now. ENIC are running, right? Because they're running out of options. They can't get any players. They've got Tudor in now, which is fine. I ain't got a problem with that. They can pick and choose who they want in. As long as that who does the job, it's their job to do that. They've now got Tudor in. And again, I'll say it like I said yesterday, to the 60 odd of you that are in here, now is the time to protest. These next few weeks, towards the end of the season, if you're not happy with what you're seeing, keep your ear rolled to the ground. I'm sure a protest will be turning up soon. Wemby says, with Solanke, Mawani, and now Richie fit again. My big concern isn't so much the actual scoring, it's the creating of enough chances for them. If Xavi gets injured, we are truly out. Yep. It's in the midfield and the defence have to push up as a whole. Wembers, the gap between the midfield and the forwards is either too big or everyone's dropped so deep we can't get up the pitch. And for me, that's the bit that he's got to try and fix. Whether you think these players are good enough to do, not just you Wembers, but everyone in the chat, whether you think they're good enough to do it or not, that's his task. That's Igor's task. We can't do anything about it now. And like I say, ENIC can't do nothing about it now, apart from if for whatever reason they're not happy or he loses a few games, the next 3 or 4 games, do they sack him and get someone else in? Because that is, if it goes wrong, the only option that they've got. So for me, I think we have to jump on it now. I think it's a perfect chance to get at ENIC. I really do. But again, that's just me. And I will, like I said yesterday, I'll get Billy's number. I think I've got it actually. I'll give Billy a tinkle. I'll speak to Stel, or, all the people that are involved in the protest and see what they've got planned. And I'll help in any way I can. But people have got to turn up. I think it's got to the stage now where people are sick and tired of sorting protests out, and a win during the week before or the weekend before just snuffs out. It almost, oh, we're all right now. We ain't all right. Even if we get out of this, we're not all right. For me, it's just a great time. That's just me. That's just me. Give me your thoughts. Give me your thoughts. I know a lot of people don't think protesting is the way to go. But I just don't see, there's other options. You can say, well, don't go in the ground. People have paid for their tickets, their season tickets. People can still protest and go and do their hobby, as far as I'm concerned, which is watching Spurs. Because if they don't put the money in their pocket, someone else is going to. Protesting, for me now, it is one of the only options. That's just me. I'm sure you'll put plenty of options in the chat. But for me, it's just a way to go. And I think the stage of 100, 200, 300, 500 people, even 1,000 people turning up, it's not enough. The voices need to be made heard. And the only way you do that is by getting a massive number. Because when they hear that 4, 5, however many thousand people outside, before they'll hear it, they will hear it. They heard 2,500. So they'll hear 4,000 or 5,000. But the point that I'm getting at is I think people are sick and tired of sorting protests out, whether they're short term. And this is what I'm saying, give people a chance. Things are tight for people. A lot of people haven't got a lot of money. Give them a chance. Give them 3 weeks. Give them a month. Plan it ahead. Get it all out there to everyone. And title it Last Chance Saloon, if you like. I don't know, something like that. It is what it is, as they say. Dominic's in. Big up to you. TJ Ramini put it very well last night on LOS. We don't want to hear the rhetoric from the likes of Lang or Vinoan and Lewis's. We need action, not plaudits from them. Yep. And, they've come out with, we're going to put the wages up. We're going to do this. We're going to do it. They do the same shit every year in different guises. Whatever's going on at that particular time, they'll put something out. Season tickets are not being raised. I shouldn't bloody think so. I shouldn't think so. It should be getting dropped. Yeah, it was crazy last night, Marcus. I think I'll be a bit calmer on Nigel's tonight, and it will calm it down a little bit on ours as well, to be fair. Yeah, I want to hear people's opinions, but the shouting over, the continuous, shouting and that, it does give me an headache, to be fair. Because I want to hear people say, I've got no problem people challenging people and all that, but the shouting and all that does, it gets a bit much in the end because I can't hear what people are saying. But, again, Marcus, anyone's welcome. You come on and perhaps we'll maybe not have 8 or 9 people on. I wanted to try it to see what happened. But, yeah, perhaps we'll just tone it down to 4 or 5 people again, mate. See how Nige goes tonight. See how he goes tonight. It's his first call-in show. I know he wants you to call in. I'm sure there's others that will too. So, yeah. Listen, if you don't get in and voice your opinion, I know some people don't want to come on screen. I get that. I'm sure if Nige knows you, you won't have to put your thing on. You know, we've got people, Ellie, Mia, whoever, they don't put their screens on. But I'm sure if he knows you from the chat or whatever, you know, it'll be fine. Big up to Joe. He says, Spurs will not get relegated. Don't be scared. You are not in the relegation zone. Imagine you lost 10 points like the mighty Everton. Again, Joe, I will say here, I've got no faith in the team, mate. I don't know where, like others are saying, where are the goals coming from? You must, and I know Arsenal are the best team in the Premier League, or one of, right? But to be pushed back like that, and they're not even getting out of second gear, Joe. Do you know what I mean? The difference in the two teams, the two squads, the two philosophies, the mentalities, everything's just different. Everything's different. Lee's in. Big up to Lee. Big up to you, Joe, by the way. Lee's in. Big up to Lee. Jimmy says it's time for the nuclear option, in my opinion. He would drop VDV Sunday for Danzo in a back three. Is that what you're saying, Jim? Time for the nuclear option, in my opinion. VDV dropped Sunday for Danzo, yeah, in a back three. Obviously, that's because you're not happy with the Tudor VDV exchange, I wouldn't say, Jimmy. He needs to play for his World Cup spot, put some pressure on him with consequences. There you go. For his disrespectful actions this season. Apparently, Jim, they're trying to say that he was trying to talk to Dragusin. And if you see in the clip, Dragusin had dropped and he was walking back away further back in the picture. If it's true, Jimmy, and he was trying to speak to VDV and he's ignored him, right? I agree. But have we got the players to do that? At the moment, I'm saying, because you want your whatever of your better players you've got, you do want them on the pitch. I agree in essence with you, Jim. And I do, if he's ignoring the manager, then he needs bringing down a peg or two. But from what I saw, I think he was trying to get the point to Dragusin. Get up, get up. But I think he wanted them up as a unit. Yeah, big up to you, Jim. Hang on, what we'll see there. I'll see the bottom here. Consecrated. Yeah, different. Yeah. We'll see what happens, Jim. We'll see what happens with that one. It's bit of a contentious subject, that one, Jim. Until we find out who he was exactly talking to, then it's difficult to comment on it, mate. But if it was him, yeah, he needs bringing down a peg or two. You can't carry on like that. Mario says, take Bird from Bodo. Superb little player. Listen, I think that's the type of player we have to go after now. You know, we're not getting those big players. There might be one, to be fair. You know, like, I don't know. There might be. Will they go back to the days of, you know, a Klinsmann's there? And I know it's a long time ago. Would they go and get a Van der Vaart type player? You'd be dreaming now, wouldn't you, of a fit Dele Alli? Don't know. Yeah, it's not happening this season, people. But Berg, yeah, why not? Why not? No one else is doing anything at the moment, are they? Problem is, Mario, right? I just think the whole mentality's got to change at the club. The whole thing has to change. And until you're getting the vibes from, you can do everything on the pitch. You can have the manager, you can have the players, right? But the vibe through the club needs to be, we want to win, we want to do better, and we want better. And if that mentality is not through the club, Mario, it's very difficult, one, to be consistent, I think, anyway. And those better players coming, I just don't think they're coming anymore, mate. Maybe not next season anyway. I think the process to build Spurs again, as long as we stay up, and if they change what they're doing, is it's a massive thing, and it's going to take time. I don't think there's unless you get the Sheikh by Spurs or something, and he chucks a load of dough at it for wages and whatever else and fees, then you're not going to see those players for a long time. And this is where the scouting network comes in. They have to do their job now, whoever it is that comes in. If this lot that are there now will get the boot, and for me, they shouldn't even be there now. Lang, Vinay, McKenzie, all of them. Whether McKenzie's got his hands tied or not, it's still his job. It's his remit to find players. And if he can't find them, it's his remit to make phone calls to other scouts in networks that we're supposed to have around the world to tell them to go and find them. Big up to you, Mario. Anyway, yeah, I like Burke. It's decent, isn't he? Phil says, big up, Cookie, in the chat. Honesty is always the best policy. Yep. It is. You've got to be honest at the end of the day. I'm not being funny. No one wants to hear, negative news as such. But come out and say that you're going to do something. And I'm referring to the Lewis, whoever makes these statements of intent and what we're going to be doing and what we're not going to be doing. But do us a favour this time. When you say you're going to do something, actually do it. Don't keep saying, we've got 150 million to spend, and you spend 13 million. And don't give me that old wash, right? And I'm really trying, not going to swear this morning. I'm going to be a good lad, right? It don't wash. It just don't wash. So be careful what you're talking about up there. Be careful what your statement's going to be. Have a plan. And if you say you're going to do something, actually do it. Don't promise the world to Tottenham fans and don't do it. And as Phil says, honesty is the best policy. If you're not going to spend any money, if you're not going to get football people in, and don't get me wrong, this is what we want, but surely, even the Lewises can employ people to get the right people into the club. It's just a piss take. Honestly, it is just an absolute piss take. They take the piss out of the fans. It's madness. It really is. 76 of you in here at the moment. It's growing. And as the show goes on, more people will come in. I guarantee it, because that seems to be how it's working at the moment, which is great. The more of you in here, the merrier. Hit the sub button. We was 4 short of 900 before we started this morning. I'm not one of them that keeps looking and looking. It is what it is at the end of the day. You'll either like the stream or you won't like the stream. You'll sub or you won't sub. Hopefully you do. Big up to you, Phil. Marcus says, just seen on Talk Sport saying something is going to happen that could change everything, and Enoch is on the picture. Well, keep watching, Marcus. Keep your ear to the ground. Unfortunately, unless I'm doing a watch along, I don't have the box on while I'm in here with you lot. Yeah, keep watching, mate. I'll have a look when I'm finished later on. Joey says, I'm already resigned to relegation. I don't think there's any hope at all, Joey. Can't someone pull something out of the hat? Can't Tudor do something? Can't he get something out of these players? Is it time for him to go in, like, giving it a big one now? Perhaps he's gone in with a softly. Do you know what I mean? I don't know, Joe. I don't know. I think it's a bit of a difficult situation. Joe says relegation doesn't make Enoch sell. I agree. Yeah, that's what we was talking. If that's what it's about, Razzle. Yeah, it's the same old. It's the same old, mate. They just listen. Like I said, they're bollocksed, right? I'll come back to you, Razzle. They're bollocksed. They've got nowhere to go, nowhere to run now. The bridges are burnt. They're now in a position with 11 games to go that they can't do anything except change the manager. What a great time to get on Enoch. Honestly, it's a great time to get on them. It's a great time for fans to actually turn out. You know, the fans that really want them out. Because they can't do anything in the meantime to say, oh, we're going to. And this is the sort of thing that they do, Marcus. You know as well. Razzle knows. We all know. They'll feed some shit out in the media, but because they've told so many lies before, who's going to believe them? Because I certainly don't. And what do you call ripping up the wage structure? What is that? We've got, I don't know, Romero and Simmons on 195. I'm hearing this morning that Conor Gallagher's on 200 grand a week. I thought he was on 160 grand a week when I got the list up. But what does ripping up the wage structure mean? Because to me, that could mean a lot. That could mean, well, we're still not going above 200 grand a week, but we'll bring, say, the ones that are on, I don't know, 75 grand plus. We'll bring those up higher towards the 200 grand. Or does it mean you're ripping the fucking thing up altogether? Yeah. And for the top players, you're going to play 300 grand a week. And there'll be 5, 6, 7 players on over 200 grand a week. If you're going to do that, then that tells me that you're going to buy better players for the football club. I could get on board with that. And then if you told the truth and then actually followed through with it, as I do with the football, as I do with anyone else, I would probably go, well done, Enoch. I praise you. But you know it ain't going to happen. You just know it. It's all just media baloney. Let's feed it out there to everyone. Oh, it's just madness. Absolute madness. Yeah, Razzle. It is what it is, mate. Big up to you. You know what they're like. Sporting Journey's in. Good morning, Cookie. Hope you're well. Good morning, chat, he says. Yep, doing good here. Sporting Journey, hope you're good. Big up, Phil. He says, couldn't care less if the owners sell or not. At the end of the day, the owners don't learn the nice way, so it's better that they learn the hard way. Marcus, Joey wants to sell you his magic beans. There you go. Adam's saying Fulham will spank us. We're going to talk about that later in the week, Adam, because I don't know what people see, but when I saw the effort, you know, the other night, and I was disappointed. I thought it was a little bit more in the first half, but not to what I thought it was going to be. And the problem is when you're playing a team like Fulham, they work hard for each other. Because they haven't necessarily got the quality in their team, yeah. I know their three forwards all score goals. They're all a threat. They're doing what I think Igor would like to see in the end. You know, midfielders getting up around the forwards, helping them out, scoring goals. But they work hard, and we struggle against teams that work hard. We struggle against teams that have got quality. We've seen it for 2 years. You know, we've seen bottom teams turn up at White Hart Lane and just give a bit more than we do, and they get a result. I don't know if they're going to spank us, but I'm not. I don't think we'll win, mate. I don't think we'll win, but again, stranger things have happened. Oh, well, Billy, that's what we're just saying, and Billy's echoing the same thing. How many times have we heard this bullshit before? Yeah, Billy, you know. Phil says, hit those likes, subscribe, and hype the video, people. Absolutely. I'll tell you what, I'm going to cheat now. Look at this. 41 likes we're on. Come on, people, get me to 50 right now, and then we can chill. I don't have to look no more. You can hit the like when you want. Hopefully, when the show finishes, it'll be the first one that gets to 100 likes because we've hit 99s and 97s and never got over the as Sheriff would say with Van der Vaart, never got over the hill on that 100 mark. Lovely though, 41. Keep spanking them. Let's get to 50. And a few subscribers as normal. Like I said, 4 away from 900. If we could get over the 900, that'd be amazing this morning, to be fair. There's no show tonight. As there's over 8 of you in here now, I'll tell you now. Nige is going live tonight at 6 o'clock on Pure Coys. Call-in show. It's his first one, so go gentle on him. All right. 6 o'clock, Pure Coys, call-in show. Have your say. Nige wants to hear it. Everyone wants to hear it. And yeah, get on his show. Get on his show. Tell him how you're feeling. Tell him what you want. Tell him what's going wrong. And it doesn't matter whether you're a regular guest on YouTube stations, you know, like Phil's a regular, pops all about on all the different channels as a guest. Hasn't got his own, well, he's got his own film channel, hasn't got a football channel. Get over to Phil, by the way. His Phil channel, BGMOT, I think. I'm not good at this link stuff. But I'm sure, Phil, if you're still in the chat, stick your link in the chat, mate. Yeah. When you see it, get on it. Yeah. A few of you, get over there and sub to Phil. Big up, Phil. Cheers, mate. Can anyone explain how over the years, Sully says, we have struggled at Fulham away? Home crowd not hostile. No, they're not. Always felt team were complacent. This needs to change on Sunday. And I think, Sully, this is This is what Eagle's in there for. You know what I mean? Morning to the sheriff. How are you, mate?
Hello, mate. Low in proceedings.
Oh yeah.
And so I thought I'd pop on for 5 minutes, mate.
Why not indeed? Why not indeed? How are you this morning, Sheriff?
All good, man. Just chilling out in the van.
Why not indeed? Keep your eyes peeled in case a runaway car comes past or anything through your barricade.
Something's coming past now, mate. But me mate's out there doing it.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Happy days. As long as you're well, mate. We're just doing a bit of a chat. A chat one today.
Yeah. I've been watching. Did you see my message? I said I bigged you up and said like there's a law on proceedings, so I'm watching you.
Do you know what? I don't think I've got there yet, Mark. I'm on 9:52. I'm half an hour behind, so I'm going to start hitting it now.
Yeah,
Catch up
that's
a
up
little
to you,
bit.
mate. That's up to you, mate. You do what you got to do, mate. But you smash it in the mornings, mate.
We're trying, mate.
I see the figures in the studio bit, mate.
We're trying, mate. We're trying.
No, you smash it, mate.
Listen, mate, we want more of you in here. We want more of you in here.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Absolutely we do. It's the breakfast brunch. It's going to be the biggest show on telly in the mornings. Trust me. Trust me, it will be. There you go. Happy days. Rodney's in, by the way. Big up to you, Rodney. Big up to all coys. Lounge out, he says. Definitely Main's in. Morning, Mark. I can't stop thinking about the relegation threat. We have to survive. Agreed. Definitely. Agreed. I'm totally with you, mate.
While I'm on my YouTube channel.
It's a buzz round in the head, mate. It's a buzz all the time around in the head.
There you go. Come on, man.
Big up to Daniel. Yep, at least 20%, mate. Yeah. We need a lift. 20%.
That's what I put on.
10% to do, mate, on last Sunday's performance, wasn't it? I think if you saw 10%, you'd be happy. But, he's got to do something, Daniel. I still don't know what he's going to do. But he's got to get into them. And I think if it continues the way it is, and he hasn't got into them in the changing room, the time will come where I think he'll start snapping a few necks. Because it's his reputation on the line as well, Daniel, isn't it? You know what I mean? So we'll see how he goes. That's all we can do.
No, mate, I don't want to butt in, but, have you got the super chat and the new member?
No, not yet.
Oh, no, it's all right, mate. I don't tell you what to do, but it is in there somewhere.
Oh, yeah, I'll catch up with it, mate. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I'll catch up with it. We'll get there. We'll get there, mate.
Right, man, in case you hear any background noise, I'm going to pop off, all right?
All right, mate, no worries.
Ruin the show.
Yeah,
I just want to pop on and say, big up, mate. Keep smashing it.
No worries, mate. No worries. And I'll speak to you later anyway. I'll give you a shout later on.
All right, mate, No. How do I get out of here on my phone?
I don't know. I'll leave that to you.
Well, it says the end here, but I don't know when the show.
Yeah, don't end the stream.
No.
Don't end the stream, mate. Whatever you do.
No, I ain't sure, mate.
Big up, mate. Big up to the sheriff. Oh, sorry. Big up to the sheriff. We love to see it. Nice to see him pop in. Finn's in. Lang said there was no point in getting in players in January if they didn't fit what Spurs want. Well, if I can see a tsunami coming and the only boat is a dinghy, then I'll take the effing dinghy. Of course you will. Wouldn't you? Of course you will. Right, we'll leave that there. We're going to click on this one. Marcus, big up to you, mate. He's become a YouTube member. Big up to you, Marcus. Thank you very much, sir. And he's followed that up with a little super duper fully fledged member. Come on, you Spurs. Thank you, Marcus. If anyone else wants to, you're more than welcome. Appreciate that, Marcus. Really do appreciate it. It really helps us out, mate. Let's see. Where was we at? 9. Oh, here we go. Yeah, we're here. I've caught up a little bit now. Marcus says, as soon as something gets organised, I'm going to be standing outside 100% worth the trip. Yep. We'll be there, mate. I'm sure the lads will sort something out for a protest. I'm pretty sure they will. I would be staggered if there's not. Put it that way. I would be staggered. Paul says, hi, Mark. Relegation. Still's recent comments thinking Enid will sell if relegation. He could not be further from the truth. And they have many avenues of income. I don't think the team has to fight. Listen, Paul, I haven't seen. I've seen comments of what Stell said, but I'm not going to comment on what other YouTubers have said. If I'd have read and seen everything that you're talking about, yeah, I might well have commented on it because I don't think Stell would have minded that. But I can't comment on it, Paul, when I haven't really read it, mate. I've seen bits and pieces, and I've seen odds and sods, but I can't comment on it, mate. And I'm not here to upset people at the end of the day. You know, if I had a true opinion on it, because I'd, seen the whole thing, I'm sure Stell wouldn't mind me having my view on it. You know, whether he's further from the truth or not, that's his opinion at the end of the day. Again, I will caveat that by saying I haven't read it. But all opinions are different. That's why we're here. That's why we're here. Joey says, and if we're relying on the likes of Moani and Richie, we are fooked. I like that word, fooked. There you go. David says his plumber actually rang him back. He booked me in a week on Thursday, but he said he volunteered giving me a price before he booked his summer holiday break to the Bahamas. Is he off to see Joe, is he, David? Here he is. My old mate Logan's in. Big up to you, Logan. Hope you're well, mate. Yeah, we're all good here, fella. We're all good here. Dr. Tottenham Therapy, new channel that's starting again. People have to start somewhere. And Dr. Tottenham Therapy, I think he said his name was Anthony. I've got a terrible memory. I'm sure he said his name was Anthony. Listen, get over to Tottenham Therapy. Give him a sub. Help give him a start. Because, it's always nice when you flick on the phone in the morning, especially when you're new and you see you might have had 10 subs come in. I'm sure he'll be fine. Again, we all have to start somewhere. So big up to him. Marcus says, unfortunately, what other options do we have? That's the only thing that could work. Protesting 100% way to go. Kate says, morning handsome. Lang should be sacked first and foremost. I can't believe you want Lang sacked, Kate. I can't believe it. Anyone would think he was a wet lettuce, Kate. What other club wouldn't have bought players in with injury crisis like we have? She loves Lang, really, Kate. She does. I'm sure she does. I think Kate fancies Lang, and that's why she berates him in the chat. I'm only joking, Kate. By the way, I'm only joking. I think mine and a lot of detest for Mr. Langer, shall we say, is on a high level, Kate. So don't you worry, Kate. I know where you're coming from. Oh, Mr. Wet Lettuce Head. I love that. It's great. Big up, Kate. Ghosty said, why aren't Change for Tottenham organising more protests? So what if a few didn't work? Resilience is the key. They make the cause look weak by not continuing with the protests. Yeah, I don't know the ins and outs of it, Ghosted. I haven't been that close to it as such. My point is now that we have that opportunity. And again, I don't know if Billy and the boys are sorting something out behind the scenes. They might well be. But at some stage this week, I'm going to get hold of a few people and see what the score is, see what the plan is. They might all just be keeping it under wraps. And they're sorting something and they want to get the main stuff. I don't know. But yeah, I think we've got to sort something out over the next few weeks, and people have got to turn up if they want change. If you don't want change, don't bother coming. Yeah. And then the people that do will turn up. And if it's 100, we know that it's just an absolute waste of time. I think we've got to give it one more chance now. You know, one big chance. People have to understand now that Enoch can't come out and they can't come and do this they're knackered. They are knackered at the moment till the end of the season. They ain't got a leg to stand on. Fans at the moment can absolutely hammer this lot. Hammer them. It's all there. It's in our court to go and do it. We just need to organise it and we need to get people there. It's as simple as that. You know, because once the ball gets rolling, once it gets going and you can get that, just get a huge number of people there. Get that 5,000 people there. Because I can't believe there ain't 5,000 fans in the Tottenham communities that are not sick to death of what's going on. So I've said my piece on that. If I miss any comments, I do apologise. Big up to Marcus again for the member. I'll just catch up a little bit and we'll catch on with it. 83 of you in here at the moment. Please keep hitting the sub, hit the like, hit the hype after the video's finished. If you're watching a little bit behind, and comment as well. Please do comment when the videos are finished. If you've got anything to say, we'll always get back to you. We'll always get back to you. Judah says, protesting gets the ball rolling, but organising a 75-minute walkout, then staying seated after we score against Man City was embarrassing. If you're going to organise it, it needs to be done properly. Agreed, Kate. And I think the people that, you know, are or will be organising it, and I assume that'll be change for Tottenham. Yeah. You know, like I say, there's a window there now. And for me, you know, looking down the line now, thinking, well, what do we do? That, what you're talking about, Drew, the protesting, but organising it well in advance, give people that are short of money, they might need 100 quid. You know, if I jump on the train, yeah, down to London, it's costing me a £1. Right? Time I've paid for all the other little train fares, got something to eat, maybe bought a beer, whatever, we're talking £1.50. A lot of people haven't got that sort of money floating about, and they haven't. They haven't. But if you've got 2 or 3 weeks in advance and you think to yourself, do you know what? Whatever that date, let's just pick a date out. I don't know. 21st, 22nd of March, a month's time. I think that's about when the Forest game is. Because we could be deep in shit by then. Sorry, that's it. We could be deep in the shit by the Forest game. And I think it's just up to us to put the pressure on. But, you know, like that sort of time, I think it's about that time, 21st, 22nd of March. We're at what? We're a month away from that now, pretty much. And I think a month's enough time. Month's enough time to get it out there, for Billy to go on all the YouTube and X or whatever it's called, and TikTok and all them, and spam it out there. It'll be our jobs as well to get it out there and see what happens. See what happens. Go back to the old school, you know, meeting near the ground. Have a 20-minute, half-hour walk down to the ground and 20 minutes outside the ground. Half hour outside the ground until everyone's prepared to do what they're doing if they're going to the game or whatever. But for people to come down to protest for an hour, and it's costing you maybe £1.50. I'm talking about from the people that are coming from further away. Some people just haven't got it. But with a bit of advance notice, some people could maybe find it. You know? But there's all sorts of things we can sort out. You know, I'm coming from the northwest. So I'll be coming from Manchester. If I can pick anyone up on the way, I'll do it. I'll be leaving early. But if I can pick anyone up on the way that's on, so I haven't got to veer off, because it's a long enough journey as it is for me, 4 hours in the car, 4.5 hours. Oh, big up Sporting. I didn't realise that. It's fine. Yeah, I didn't even realise. I've seen Lee about in different streams. Sporting, lovely lad. He's a lovely lad. There you go. I didn't know that though, Sporting. So big up to you, mate. Yeah, I have seen Lee about in JSYs and all different streams. He pops in, always says hello to everyone when he comes in. Fair play, mate. Fair play. Absolutely it is, Marcus. Behave yourself. Big up to you, mate. Mario says, if we lose on Sunday, it's going to get very real. If it's not real already. Oh, it's real, Mario. It's real, fella. It's definitely real. There's no doubt about it. It's real. And you're right. We get beat at the weekend. You know, people nick a point here and a point there. And it just closes it up again, doesn't it? I don't know. Big up to Marcus again for the super chat. I clicked on him earlier. Joey says, being better costs money. Enid found that out very early on. Hence, that's why we are here now. They've always done the bare minimum and always will. And I think that just about it's the nail on the head. I think the other thing to say as well is, Joey, is, you know, I can sit here, you know, getting stuck into them, right? What I will say is, Joe, and I don't know if other people agree, is that Tottenham have spent an awful lot of money. An awful lot of money over the past few years. You know, we can't sit here and say we ain't spent money, because we have. But the trouble is, Joe, is that it's spent so badly. I still don't get the policy of, you know, buy 3 times and buy 4 times at 20 million quid when you've got 80 million quid, and go and get the right thing. Pay the wages, because all those wages totted up for those 20 million pound players, it comes to the same or more as the top player you're buying anyway. All right, yeah, it gives you more options in your squad because you've bought 3 or 4 or 5, whatever it is, for the same money as you buy 1. But what's the point of buying 5 when none of them are no good? It's madness, isn't it? Big up, Tommy. Tommy's in. Nice to see you, fella. Years of poor recruitment has led to this mess, Cookie. It's scattergun approach and hasn't been planned well at all. There's no planning, mate. You see that from the players they buy. They'll buy a couple of players or whatever for this manager, and then they sack the manager and they get the next one in. And it's a mismatch of everything. That's why we look so disorganised, Tommy, on the football field. And that's why now Igor's got to work out. They've given him the magnificent job of working out how he can do the impossible that Frank and Ange haven't managed to do. All right, Ange won the Europa. Yeah, I get that. But I'm talking about league form. And what a statistic from Stephen at the beginning. Since 2019, I'll read that out again because I just find it amazing. Since 2019, Spurs have lost 46 home Premier League games. Let that sink in. Fucking hell. Phil says the owners won't change as long as they're getting what they want regardless. Yeah, mate. Phil, So, Phil, I don't know. We keep banging the drum, mate. Something's got to change, Phil. I don't know what it is. Well, I do know what it is. I want them out. I want some proper football people in. Get our club back on track again, because it ain't it's not a, it's not like you go, next year we'll be all right. You might be able to say that if Saudi come in and bought us. But if ENIC are still here and we do stay up, they're not going to invest properly in the players, and we're going to be back here again next year. Morning to Mr. Gregory. I hope you're well, Andrew. Nice to see you, mate. Dennis is in. Nuno, Jose, Antonio, and Frank. There's a common thread. It's the owner. It doesn't matter who the manager is. Agreed. Because that's a great comment, Dennis. And you've got to realise as well, before Jose came, that he wants to buy the better players to build a squad, right? Or build a team. When Conte comes, it's the same. He wants the better players. How to I don't have to go through it all again. How the transfers worked back then. I want such and such. He got such and such. It's who we are, mate. It's who we are. And it has to change. But yeah, Dennis, I totally agree. There's a common thread there. And it's the people that run the club. Spot on comment, mate. Spot on comment. Yeah, better chill out on the old swearing this week. Ghosted, Jesus. I know when I get on one, I have a mate. I can have a swear up, but you know what I mean? Yeah, we'll all have to calm it down. Me included, mate. Me included, because we've had a warning already. And yeah, I don't want to get demonetised. We worked too hard to get here, mate. It's not about the money at the end of the day. Do you know what I mean? But I don't want to be demonetised. We don't earn nothing as such as it is anyway. Not a lot. It only helps to pay for the StreamYard and that. It's not like we're earning a living out of it or anything. We do it because we love it. We love it. Big up to the sheriff. He says, big up and thank you to all in the chat. We won't read that bit. I'm working, he says. I ain't smashing it, mate. I'm not smashing it. I'm just here. Doing our thing. If people want to come and watch, they'll come and watch. If they don't, they won't. It's as simple as that. This is the home of realism. Because that's going to start going on every thumbnail. The home of realism. And that's going to be a thread on our shows. I haven't told Sheriff yet. But it gets out there to everyone. You have to try and think of ways of putting more people in. DJ Evo's in the house. Big up to you, mate. Don't want them to say anything. Liverpool, City, Arsenal. Don't come out and say anything till it's done. And we went down a little road of that, didn't we? You remember DJ Oddie Bear? Proper left field that. No one knew. No one knew nothing. And all of a sudden, Spurs have signed Oddie Bear from Burnley, 30, whatever it was, or 20, whatever it was. But no one knew. So it can be done, DJ. And you are right. All these big sides, they go out, there might be a little inkling now and again, but they don't, keep on and on and on about it. And then before you know it, signed. Agreed, DJ. Agree, mate. Here we go. This is another, and I haven't even read it all yet. I'd only read the first 3 words. Cherry picking better players from teams isn't a plan. Johnson at Forest, Solanke at Bournemouth, Kudos at West Ham, to name a few. Not how it works to build a quality team. So for you people in here now, next season, let's say we stay up. Yeah, let's just be positive. We stay up. What do we do going forward? Is it like, let's just say it's not a Pochettino that come. We know that's what they're supposedly working on. But whatever manager it is that comes in, do you sort of almost want to go down that Arsenal road now? And I'm just asking. You know, we're so low now. Is it a case of, it's not a rebuild, is it? What are you rebuilding? Because we ain't got anything. So to me, it'd be a build, I think. I'm not even sure myself. But whatever it is, do you want the next manager that comes in to be afforded that time, even when times are tough? Because it doesn't matter how you look at it. There ain't a magic wand for this. This is not like, yeah, we'll be all right next year. Away we go again. The only thing that's going to turn it into that is investment. Can't force Enoch to sell the club. Best way forward to help them running a club properly. Mate, Simples, come on, man. They've been taking the piss out of every fan for years. And trust me, Enoch can be forced to sell, mate. They can be, Mr. Simpleton. If you get enough people and enough pressures put on, and they've got games where they're not filling up the stadium every time there's a game at home, it affects them. You saw what happened the other week with Frank. In the end, the bloody finance director's getting rid of him. But even if you can't force them to sell, Simpleton, you know, 5,000 fans chanting Enoch out outside a gate, they'll hear it, they'll be told. And it might not force them to sell, but in some small way, it might force them to change. Because they're not going to change without us getting onto them. All the false promises are coming out now, mate. And you can say, how do you know they're false, Cookie? I know they're false, Simples, because I've seen them for years. Years and years, mate. I can't get behind Enoch anymore. I really can't. I can't. They're done for me, mate. You know, I tried. After Levy went, I said, I'll give him a chance. I'll give him a chance. I knew it weren't going to change. In my heart, I knew it weren't going to change. But I thought, you know what? You know, give him a chance. Give him that summer window and then give him January simps. You know what I mean? And it's just so disappointing. I've had enough of them, mate. I've had enough of them. We all know what they're doing, mate. We all know what they're doing. It's a big siphon. It all ends of the pyjamas at Mr. Lewis's. Is what it is, mate. Yeah, that's a point, Dom. I never thought of that. If we go down, the war chest will be used to plug the massive hole left by losing sponsors and relegation consequences, loss of revenue. There you go. Yeah. Yep, agreed, Tommy. Need to find the right profile players with the right attitude that fit into the system and get on board with a project. And, Tommy, you are spot on, right? But as you are drawing these players into your club, right, fix the mentality before they come in. Tell them we're here to win things. The club's investing. We want you to be part of it. Don't fill them up with a load of jargon bullshit. Buy the right players. Build a team. Build a squad. Because it might take that. It might take a reset. It might take a start again. If they go down, Enoch might not sell, but they're going to have to start again. Because 80-90% of these senior players, they're gone. They're gone. So you're going to have youngsters. And like Nigel said the other night, if we did go down, you know, and a load of these loan players come back, your Mikey Moores, who's been up at Rangers, your Vuskovic is coming back, you play your Souzas, and you have a couple of bods in the team that know about the Championship. They get a year in the Championship. If they manage to come up, they're in the big time, aren't they? They've got themselves in the big time. We'll see, mate. We'll see. I can't even imagine a Tottenham in the Championship, mate. I can't imagine what it will do to the football club, to be fair, and what it will do to the fans. You know, you can't be winning Europa League one year and you're going down the following. It's an abomination. Oh, here we go. Big up to you, Mario. He says, with all the doom and gloom, it's the Champions League draw on Friday. Crazy we're even in it, let alone in the last 16. We should be looking forward to the draw. Instead, we're all so worried. Yeah. And see, this is another thing. Is the with the position we're in now, Mario, is the Champions League a distraction? Or would you say it's not a distraction? No. Because we're doing okay type of thing in that. No one expects us to go anywhere in it. So anything wherever we do get is a bonus. I think a lot of people didn't even think, you know, I thought a lot of people think we'd be in the playoff section rather than qualifying directly. So it looks like, who is it? Atletico, Juventus, or Galatasaray, I want to say. I think one of those three. Ghosted says you can lead horse to water, but you can't make it drink. If these players don't want to play for the badge, they won't bother. Don't matter who's in charge. Agreed, Ghosted. Agreed. There you go. Marcus says a bit like my wife. No, they don't, Marianne. They don't. And it's... I don't know what the answer is, Marianne. I really don't. Lewis family rebrand is just the same wolf in different clothes. It's the same smoke and mirrors bullshit we've had for 25 years. Looks like it, mate, doesn't it? It looks like it. Let me tell you, unknown, you can call it negative, mate. All right? Hang on a second. You can call it negative, right? I call it being real. By the way, you don't have to watch. I ain't that big channel, that can say to you, you don't have to watch. Right? But don't come in here calling people negative when this is the home of realism. If you don't understand what that is or you can't deal with it, don't put crap in the chat. I'm trying to interact with people that are in the chat. So I've just interacted with you now. I can tell you now, and once again, I will tell you, we are not negative. Okay? We tell it how we see it. End of. Happy days. Have a great day, mate. Yeah, tell us what we want to hear. Actually doing it is another story. Don't worry about it, Ghosted. It's all right, mate. Hello, Bella. Morning to you. Evening to you. Evening to you. I hope you're well. All late for you over there, Bella. What's it, about 9, 10 o'clock at night now? Something like that, or not quite that late. Big up to you, though, Bella. Nice to see you. Marcus says, get Vic out of goal. Seems like he's got butter on his fingers. Marianne says, they're all liars. All of them. Big up to you, Ellie. Senior mod, YouTube member. Hello, Cookie, she says. I'll help you get to 100 likes, son. And big up to you. Big up to you too, Ellie. Thanks for coming on last night. Dash is in, as usual. Big up to Dash in India. Good afternoon from India, he says. And good morning to you, Mark. Good afternoon to you, Dash. I hope you're well, mate. I hope you're well. You don't have to. You don't have to. Keep going. I'll block you. And it absolutely ain't scaremongering, mate. If you want shit at your football club, carry on believing what you believe in. I think the 100-odd people that are in here, yeah, and more, because I speak to people when I went to West Ham game, first game in 25 years against this lot up here. I spoke to people. There's lots of disillusioned people, at fans at Tottenham. What do you want me to be positive about? What do you want me to be positive about? You want me to bum players up that are shit? You want me to bum players up that ain't putting it in? That have got our badge on their shirt? That we've been supporting, most of us, since birth? And you want me to be positive about a load of old crap players that ain't putting it in for the club? You can support them, mate, but I don't have to. They should buy better at the end of the day. I ain't bringing your comments up no more, by the way. Not unless you're going to put a normal comment in. There you go. No one forces you to watch. If you want to watch Delusion and Lies, then there are plenty of channels that do that. Absolutely. That'll be the last comment on it. Morning to F-Sank. Hope you're well, son. Hope you're well. Ellie says there's a lot of denial that we are slap bang in the relegation battle. Wake up and smell the coffee, she says. Only if it's Kenco, Ellie. I like filtered coffee, to be fair. The old Colombian out of the old, percolator. I do like a drop of that. It's nice. Here we go. Drooler's in. There's Phil's channel. There's Phil's channel. The Prez. There's his film channel. Get over there. Smash him a tickle. And just help him out. It's hard when people are starting. It's quite interesting, though, to be fair. Phil knows a lot about films. You know, I don't, to be fair. And I've told him that, but he still wants to get me on to talk about the Rocky films. So I will go on there. I don't, trust me, you know, I don't know a lot about them, but it is what it is, isn't it? There you go. There you go, Joe. Marianne says morning to the sheriff. Ghosted sub. There you go, Phil. There's one for you. Big up to you, Ghosted. Well done, mate. Well done. This is the thing, Joe. Like, I'm so what do you call it? I'm so focused on doing what I'm doing. I see a comment come in from like someone like unknown, and straight away, I don't even think it could be a kid typing at the other end. I'm thinking, do adults really type this? You know, I don't get it. I don't get it, but it is what it is, mate. Yeah, half term. Ellie says, the sheriff, whoop, whoop, love a bit of the cookie and the sheriff. Best two fellas and great passionate Spurs fans. That we are, Ellie. That we definitely are, as you are, and as most of you lot in here are. Hit the sub button, please. Hit the like button. 100 of you in here nearly now. Listen, Nigel's got a show on tonight on Pure Koi, 6 o'clock. It's his first call-in show tonight. Do us a favour, hit him a sub if you already have, or if you haven't, get over there tonight and give him a bit of support in the chat. And yeah, it's his first one, and hopefully we'll get some decent numbers in, and he'll have some good guests on tonight who just want to talk football. So yeah, get over there, 6 o'clock, Pure Kois. You might even see my wonderful self at some stage. So there. Get in there, the fans. Get in there. Help Nigel out. give him a sub and watch him tonight. Get the ball rolling for him. And I don't think he's far short of 1,500 subs, Nige. So, you know, hopefully we can get him there tonight as well, maybe 20 or so. I could be wrong, but something like that. So, yeah. And that's fine, Unknown. If you're all right with that, I hope we don't go down as well. I don't want to see Tottenham go down. Why would I? Why would I? Let's hope we don't go down, mate. Let's hope we don't go down. Here, are you getting stick here, Sheriff? Daz is in. Sheriff, fix them effing potholes. Let's chatting. Have a word with yourself, Sheriff. Darren's told you. And he says it's going to be the biggest show because you speak from your lily white hearts and tell the truth. Listen, no point lying, is there? What's the point of fudging stuff up for the sake of it? There's not, Ellie, is there? Machina Joe's in. The general football population in England and around the world hate Tottenham because of the Israeli connection. I love the mighty IDF, he says. We're not, yeah, fair play, Joe. Well, I'm not going to get into that side of it, but I understand what you're saying. I get exactly what you're saying, mate. No worries. Thanks, Joe, Machina Joe. I appreciate that. If you think this is all of the channels are doing that, then you are very wrong. There you go. Do a lot of listen. There's channels out there that want to tell it from the art. There's no doubt about that. There's channels out there that want to fluff it up. There's channels out there that want to sensationalize, and it's entirely up to them what they want to do to get their, I don't know what you call it. Is it clicks or something? I'm not down with the boys when it comes to all that. That wording, sorry. All right, but whatever it is, you know, whatever they do, let them get on with it. If you want to watch it, watch it. If you want to sub to them, sub to them. If you don't, you don't. Do you know what I mean? Like I say, the new phrase that's going to stick on this channel is going to be the channel of realism. And we will probably have that on most thumbnails, whatever they are. Ellie says she's sharing the link to everyone and asking for likes and subs. Thanks, Ellie. Appreciate that. Love that tsunami coming. Yeah, I know. It's good, that. Good analogy, that, wasn't it? I think that was that Finn? I think so. It could have been. He's good like that, Finn. Cookie, this is the shit we are in. I think a lot of us would take Sterling. Colin, I know you're getting on a bit, mate. I'll take you. I'll take me. Jesus, I'll take any of us. Build the squad. My word, Colin. Honestly, I think you hit the nail on your head there. It's just a shit show, mate. Marcus is off. He's going to go and get a bit of kit. He's on the night shift tonight. See you all on Pure Coys at 6 o'clock. Absolutely. Absolutely. Get over tonight. Give him a hand. Joey says, are they keeping Lange because he's great at signing championship level? Yeah, Joe, you'll laugh, but someone else said that yesterday. Someone else, I can't remember who it was, but someone else said, is he here because it's almost like Spurs are resigned to going down, and you know your Greys, your Oddie Bears, your Bergvalls, your Sousas, they're going to almost be your senior players next year if you go down, because everyone else will be gone. Yeah, that's a bit of a far-fetched plan, isn't it? No, I can't. No, I'm not having that. They can't want us to go down. I thought about that the other day, people. I was sitting there in the front room with a missus, and I said to her, she don't get the whole story about what's going on at Tottenham, but I said to her, Lise, if you've got a business and obviously you're in it to make money, but you've got like a product that's there and it's there for all to see, and you can make it as, fantastic as you want to make it. And if you've got the money to do that, why wouldn't you do that and have your brand all around the world? Just all around the world, everywhere. Surely that brings you money in all different ways. I don't know. Big up to Paul G in here, by the way. Big up to Benji. Hope you're well, Benj. Hope you're well. Thanks for coming on last night, mate. Good little show, that. Strictly Rhythms in. Good morning to you, sir. Morning, Cookie Fella. He says, hope you're well. Yep, not a bad day if you're going down to your allotment. We will be going to the allotment at some stage this afternoon. I believe I've got to build a little fence, I think, anyway. That'll be fun. The old nails will be coming out. Make sure I don't hit myself with the old hammer. I think Lisa will be cleaning the glass for the allotment, for the greenhouse. Got a new greenhouse. Well, not a new one, from an old plot. But obviously you got to take the glass out, and it was bolted and concreted to the floor, so we had to get it all out. But it's in place now. I think I'll be building a fence today, and Lisa will be cleaning the glass for the greenhouse. And also the kettle will be on, because there is a little stove in the shed, as you would expect from Cookie the tea drinker. Get in. Big up, Strictly. Tottenham Stadium's quiet. The Serbian derby was loud, brutal at the same time. Do you know what, Joe? We can't, obviously when I'm doing a watch along, I can't have the sound on, because if it comes over to this, then you can get in trouble. But we did speak to a few people that were at the stadium, yeah, and they said it was pretty noisy up until Arsenal scored their third goal. The fans were getting behind them. And don't get me wrong, I know there's levels to this fan thing, because I know in Croatia, especially at your derbies, it's crazy. Same in Turkey, Galatasaray and is it Fenerbahce? The Italian derbies as well. Even the Spanish ones, your Barcelona, Real Madrid. I know they're maybe not to the point, but I have seen the Serbians, and oh yeah, you have a good time, mate, don't you, over there when it all goes. Fair dues. I would agree it is, mate. Do you know what? I'd agree there's teams in Germany that have got ultras and make more noise than we do. Generally. I think I don't know what the culture's like in other countries, Joe. I just think it's a win now culture here. And if you're not winning now, you're not getting behind the team. And I don't mean everyone. Don't take that as a thing. I can only go from the experience at the West Ham game. There was more booing and frank out than cheering, really. Biggest cheer was when the goal came. And then the biggest boo was at the end of the game, when Thomas Frank walked towards the crowd and quickly turned around and walked back towards the tunnel again, because he was getting it from 20,000 people. Again, if you want Frank out, that's fine, but then aim it at them. They're making the decisions, or supposedly. Big up to you, Vinders. Big up, mate. He says, it's just sent a super in. Says, have a beer on me, Cookie, and smash up the subs and likes, people, if you think we are cheating scumbags. Big up to you, Vinders. I really appreciate that, mate. Cheers, fella. And he says, peace. Gotta love Vinders, ain't you? You gotta love him. Rob Belcher's in. Big up, Rob. We went to Man City and played with purpose and got a result. The difference between then and now can only be put down to injuries. Maybe, Rob. Maybe, you know, there's a lot of players out and people can say, you know, you're having a go at a team that, you know, has got 12 injuries. Well, if they had dealt with a situation again and made the squad stronger, bought a few in January, we might not be in this position now, Rob. And it's madness. I don't get it. Yeah, double winners, Joe. I wear my shirt regularly. Now my blue shirt, my blue Tottenham shirt, V-neck with the that was the away, I believe, the away 61 kit. Yeah. Big Dave Mackay shirt I got. He was our bastard, Joe, as well. Back in the day. He was. Colin says, remember, Cookie, if we go down, Tudor's reputation, yeah, he's taking a big slap, and I can't see him wanting that. Colin, I can just see a scenario where he had that look on his face in that press conference, Colin, afterwards, and it almost said to me, I don't really know what I've let myself in for here. And now I've sort of seen it, and I'm like, shit, what am I going to do here? That's the sort of gist that I got from it. But it's difficult, Colin, isn't it? It's difficult because, you know, when you least expect people to pull things out of the fire, they do, and managers get a result, and so we'll see, mate. We'll see. Big up to you, Swifty. Marianne says, I've spent money, but on the wrong players. Yeah, agreed. There's so many that we've just spent not well on. And when you start clustering those players together, 2 or 3 of them, yeah, and it adds up to 70, 80, even 60 million pound, or in the top echelons, Richarlison, Solanke, 120 mil between them. They could have saved themselves 40 million and gone and bought a proper striker, yeah, and then go and get your 20 million back up. It's madness, Marianne. It's madness. I don't know what they're doing here. Because they got proper scouts, Colin. Their scouts are doing their job properly. Because their strategy and their planning and their structure is aligned. Our scouts don't do shit, mate. They don't do nothing. What are they doing? What are they getting paid for? Because I've got no idea. Because to me, you know, fair play to lads like James Wilson that have got their big move to Spurs from Hearts, but that's not what Tottenham fans want to see now. We need to see players that are coming straight in. Oh, I've got a dead leg here, people. I've had my legs crossed for ages there. Jesus. God, look at my leg. Yeah, absolutely, Ellie. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And it mad, Alfie, when you look at it in those terms. We are closing in on 1.5 seasons worth of defeats at home. 46. Here we go. Right, Danny, I will get to it, but the only way I can see this is on the phone. All right, so I'll do it now, but I will click on it a bit. Big up to Danny Kiriakou. He sent in 5 gift memberships for you guys. So if you did get one, please say thank you to Danny. He don't have to do that at all, but appreciate it, Danny. Thank you. Magic Spurs, Daz has got one. Chris Peters has got one. Paul G has got one. Drew has got one. And James Flower has got one. So big up to you, Danny. When I get down to it, I will bring it up again, mate. But I wanted to, on the phone, bring up who got the membership. So again, Danny, thank you so much, mate. Really appreciate that. And yeah, cheers, mate. I'll get to it further down, mate. Don't think we're going anywhere for a bit. Keep putting your comments in. Keep putting your comments in. Ellie says, I like lettuce. Cookie. You can do a lot with it in a salad, in a sandwich. But Lang, Kate and I will go in and give him his P45. I love that saying from Kate. It's a wet lettuce. I'll talk to you off stream, man. I'll talk to you off stream. Big up, Kev. Morning to you, mate. Hope you're well. Sully says, the board throw us a few crumbs when they sign players. The board throw us a few crumbs when they sign players. Feeling is that will shut them lot up for a while. Yeah. Sorry, Sully. I was reading it out. I had 8 eyes then. Yeah, it is, mate. It is. Listen, I don't know what it's going to get them to change, if they're ever going to change. I just see the way forward as being get lost and get someone in who wants it in. You know what I mean? Big up to Rob Belcher. He sent in a super chat. Cheers, Rob. Top man. He says, Cookie is the Spurs Lee Judges, an ultra passionate fan who rivals also like. I really enjoy the brunch. Thanks, Rob. Appreciate that. And I'll tell you a little story. I used to play football against Lee Judges. How about that, Rob? Back in the day, I suppose, what are we now, 57, 30, 35 years ago, me and Lee Judges used to go at it on a Sunday morning. He used to play for a club called Pengelly, and I used to play for Eleanor Cross on a Sunday morning. And it could get a bit tasty, not between me and Lee, but the game itself, it was a bit of a derby. You know, it could get a bit tasty from time to time. But Lee was a good footballer, by the way. He was a very good footballer. And I've never spoke to him since that day. I've put a couple of messages in his chat. Do you remember me, Lee? But he never responded. So I just left it. But yeah, on more than one occasion, probably 10 occasions, me and Lee played against each other. You know, and he's very passionate, Rob. Very passionate. And he just wants the best for his team at the end of the day, just like I do. Just like you do. Just like we all do. You know? Oh, big up to Lee. He's all right, Lee. A-User's in. Big up to you, A-User. Unfortunately, he says, there is no unity in the fan base. Too much divide. We have seen this disaster unfold over the last 20 plus years, but swept it under the carpet. Now it might be too little, too late. And again, A-User, that's why I said about, as you talk about windows of opportunity and stuff like that, I think it's there now for the Spurs fans to make their feelings clear. They've backed themselves into a corner. They've got nowhere to go. Yeah, let's protest. Let's get at Enoch. Even if it's to let them know that, you know, there's a lot of unhappy people out here, A-User. And I think this will be one of the last chances because people are fed up of organising stuff. But again, last time was a bit short. There weren't a lot of time. I think you've got to give people a bit of time, get it out there. Like I said, Forest, something like that sort of game, 4 weeks' time, gives plenty of time for people to get a few quid together over the course of the next month, save a bit in their pot, get in the car, come down, get on the train, come down, wherever they're coming from, and get to a protest. And I'll try and find out if anything's being planned. That's all I can do. We'll report back as I know and when of anything that's happening. Yep. Agreed, Andrew. Absolutely agreed. It hurts them. And that's why they done something about it. Because Caldicott, the finance man's come out and said, look at all these empty seats at these guys. Borussia Dortmund. See, what happens is with the season ticket ones, Andrew, as you probably well know, even if the seat's empty, I think they count that as a seat that's taken because the season ticket is originally purchased. Someone might say to me, well, because they haven't clicked it on the way in, it doesn't count. I don't know. But they said the Dortmund game, I thought there was a good 6,000 to 8,000 empty seats there for that game. They gave the attendance at about 55, I think, which would make it about right, wouldn't it? 6,000 on empty seats. Madness. And no, they won't, Kieran. They won't, mate. And this is the problem. Because if they do go down, they'll fire sale, Kieran. Anyone that's worth anything, apart from the youngsters, they'll get rid of. Ellie's only chucked a super in. Big up to you, Ellie. So here's a bit towards that. Yeah, to Annie Mark. Hun. Listen, Ellie, you don't have to do that. But thank you very much, sweet. Thank you very much. Ah, dear. Got some wonderful people in this chat, honestly. There you go. Kieran says it again. The likes of Tell, what about Yang, are not getting this club out of the championship. Physical down there, Kieran, isn't it? It's physical down there. Another 8 games as well. 46 game season. Yeah, the championship draw will be interesting to see what we get. But you know what? I'm with Drula on this. I'm more worried about what we're doing in the league. Imagine winning the Champions League and having to rearrange your midweek fixture against Lincoln City because it clashes with Real Madrid away. Can you believe it, Sully? Jeez. Strictly says, can you also imagine what it will mean for the average person who works at Tottenham as a normal day job? A lot of these people will be made redundant due to relegation. Utterly worrying times. Maybe, Strictly. Could well do. Because they're not going to get us crowds in that they're having now, are they? What's Lincoln going to get at home? 30,000? 35? Conte was Enoch's last throw of the dice. Where the F do you go after a manager like him? I don't know, mate. I don't know. It's so difficult to talk about stuff like that, mate, when you're in the position that we're in, isn't it? Definitely. You know? Because we don't know if we're going to be up, down. It's catastrophic, mate. Honestly, it's catastrophic. And when you think where we've come to now from Conte, where we are now as an actual club, at least he was getting us into the Champions League with what we had. And if he can't win stuff, at our place, like definitely says who he's going to. Because these are managers that are, they have the mentality. They are seasoned at what they do. They're serial winners. Here we go. Ellie says, they've spent, but they've also recuperated a lot. They've spent, but it's that obvious one. We've wasted an awful lot on Dross. Yeah, agree. Yeah, it's all about being honest, mate. It's only, look, listen. The way I try and look at it is that if you don't know the answer to something or you haven't got an opinion on it, how can you answer? How can you be real? How can you be a realist? And how can you tell your own truth? And again, a lot of people don't want to hear it, which is fine. But I think a lot of people do. And, someone said there's a split, in the fan base, in lots of different factions again. Some want ENIC in, some want ENIC out, some like the manager, some like these players, some don't. Some think he's great, some think don't. It's just a mess. The whole gaff is a mess. CEM's in, he says, this channel and chat cares about the club. A lot of years supporting between us all. We call it out as we see it. Agreed. Dennis says, being positive, Bergvall Gray will be top shelf in 4 or 5 years' time. Well, we'll see, Dennis, won't we? We'll see. I think the first thing they've got to do is, with Archie Gray, is play him in a position. Stop using him as a utility, fodder all round the pitch, because they can't buy the players that are needed in the club. If he's a midfielder, play him in midfield. If he ain't good enough to play in midfield because there's others in front of him, he'll have to wait his turn, won't he? But it don't say a lot, does it? Bergvall, he's got to come back. Yep. He does a lot of running. His end product's got to be better. His passing's got to be better. Archie Gray at the weekend, mate. He took one on the beak. If you remember, I think he was marking, I think it was Goikarez. It was one of them anyway. And he took a crack on the nose from a forearm, swinging. Yeah, he got a bit of a bloody nose. It was all over for him, mate. It was all over for him, Dennis. He didn't look good at all, mate. He didn't look good at all. But again, is he a right back? And I know David will probably come and say, yeah, he is a right back, or he is a midfielder, or he is a, whatever he is, stop using him as a filler and play him at what you think or what you bought him for that he's best at. If he's not good enough to do that in this current Tottenham team, I think we've got issues, mate. To be fair, Dennis. And listen, I'm not saying you're wrong. In 4 or 5 years' time, they might well turn out to be, once they hit their mid-20s and they've had that bit of experience, they may well turn out to be decent players. I'm not going to go down that route of saying top shelf. But they may well turn out to be very good players later on, Dennis. But I think we're asking too much of them now. That's the problem. No, you're all right, Drewler. I just have to get my point across. Just make it clear that this is the realist channel. If he wants to keep putting comments in like he does, just ignore him. It's fine. He's not being personal or rude or anything like that. And you all know the score. You don't. You time people out before you ban them. Okay? And even then, it's only racist stuff or when people are attacking a person. That's not. We won't have that in here. We're not going to do that. We talk. It can get heated. People have different opinions, but just have respect for people. I see in this world today, I see that there's lots of kids out there today that just ain't got respect for anything. And I'm sure there was back in the day when I was a kid. But one thing that I was always taught was, as a kid, was that you respect your elders. Yeah, and you respect people in general. We're all people. Obviously, if someone disrespects you, you'll have your say, wouldn't you? You know, you're not going to stay there and take it. But this channel ain't about that. It's about real talk. As I say, real talk. As Lee Gunner would say, this is real talk. This is a real talk Tottenham channel. And that's it. But big up to you, Drewler. No, there's no problem there. Big up to June. Hope you're well, mate. Hope you're well. Thanks for popping in. Yeah, absolutely. I try to, mate. We all make mistakes, Mark. I'm sure further down the line, I'll be quoted as saying, Cookie said, you know how it works. And that's why it's best to keep it real as you can keep it. Big up to you, June. He says, we're banging trouble. I'm very worried. More worried. More. What word's that? Worried. What? Worried, Mark. W. Worried. More worried. Sorry for butchering it, June. I'm going to start again, mate, because that is absolutely 4-year-old stuff. I'm so sorry. Hang on a minute, June. Hang on a minute. Cold coffee required. June says, let's try again. We are banging trouble. I am very, very worried. More worried than when we were near the relegation zone before Redknapp came in almost 2 decades ago. June, I'll tell you, I know it was the best part of 50 years ago, right? But I saw Tottenham go down in 77 as a 9-year-old kid, right? And let me tell you now, we had better players then in that team, yeah, that fought for the badge and that had more quality about them, but unfortunately still went down than what this team's got in them today. And that's what bothers me. Because when I saw that team go down, yeah, and in the end, it was about they didn't have enough quality in the squad. They came back up when, you know, the following season. But yeah. Yeah, the players for me back then, you know, in that team were better. I think they burnt them, mate, to be quite honest with you. That's what I've heard. Blade Runner Tony, nice to see you and I ain't seen you before. Smash the sub, mate. Danny, I'll get to your thing, or I just wanted to read the names out, but big up to you, Danny. 2 Mark Show, getting bigger and better each day. Big up Cookie and the Sheriff. Yeah, we're trying, Dan. We're trying, mate. Oh, there you go. Talking to kids. Here's Blade Runner Tony, Paul says. Right, okie dokie. Listen, Ellie, it is what it is. All right, Joe's in here regular, and he's another one. He sort of says it how he sees it. And listen, you mods are in here, so I haven't got to look at that stuff. We don't want to fall out with anyone. So all I would say to anyone that's in here is, you know, have your opinion. And, you know, that's fine. But just try and keep it clean. Try and keep it football. And especially on the morning show. It's not so bad in the evening, you know, little bits and pieces that go in. You know, mods will let that go probably. It's a nighttime show. But during the day, we have to be a bit careful. And it is what it is, Joe. I'm sorry. But, you know, Ellie and the mods have their rules that they've been told. And we have to stick to them, mate. So We'll see you shortly, Joe, hopefully. Lewis is in. Big up to you, Lewis. Hope you're well. Don't know what's the matter with my words this morning. I'm having terrible trouble, people. I'm having a mare, to be honest with you. Lewis says, this club will never learn. This club's last success were under managers that were given time. They are history to success. Coys. Fair play, Lewis. Fair play, mate. Managers that were given time. There you go. It's got to be the right manager, though. It's got to be the right man. And this is another thing, Lewis, you see. We buy pragmatic managers. We buy all-out managers. We buy this manager. We buy that manager. We buy managers that, you know, want the best players in their squad. Well, Spurs don't do that, so why did you get him? You know, there's all, you know, and somewhere along the line, Lewis, Spurs have got to decide what type of manager that plays what type of football and stick with it. And then acquire the players that suit that philosophy. That's all part of having a structure, yeah, that is then aligned with what the people above want from the football club. So in essence, that's great, Lewis. I get exactly where you're coming from. I'm all up for that, mate, right? But they've got to get the right manager, the right director of football, the right scouts. And generally, Lewis, that doesn't happen overnight. You could get all those people in, but whether they're the right people or not is a different matter. You know, and then this one might have to go because it wasn't the right one, so that has to be fixed. And then you're trying to buy players for the same. But as long as you feel that you've got the right manager, yeah, and you want to back him, then for me, that's the way to go. Yeah, I'll swap you, love. Hold on. That one's not open now. No, I'm all right, darling. Thank you. Thanks, sweetheart. Mrs. had a lay-in. She's not, weren't very well yesterday. So she had a lay-in this morning. I just left her to sleep. Big up to you, Lewis. Hope you're good, mate. June says, we can't go down. No, we can't. We can't go down. It'll be, you know, it'd hurt them to a degree. It would hurt them to a degree, but they're not going to sell. They're not going to sell why we're in that position. Because they're all about the money. Right, if I miss anyone out, because I'm going to try and catch up a little bit. I'm not going anywhere, but we're look, we're 40 minutes behind in the chat. June says if we get relegated, hang on, we're finished. Ben's in. Morning, everyone. Absolutely right. Fix the fucking pothole, Sheriff. You could take a nap in them. There you go. Sort him out, Ben. Have a word with him. There you go. Shame we can't short the Tottenham PLC stock as they are not traded on the stock market like Apple or BP. Damn, Norm says. Damn indeed. Damn indeed. Yep, that's true, Ellie. That is true. It does happen from time to time. You know, we've had some fantastic players come through the door from a lot smaller clubs than we are. And your examples are correct, Ellie. They are out there, Ellie. They've just got to go and be found. It's almost having you've got to have a scout that's got that bit of vision about them, that they can see something. It might not be quite there yet, but there's aspects of that player's game that are great, you know, and they might just have to work on 2 or 3 things. They're out there, Ellie. They're definitely out there. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, we're trying, mate. Every day we're going to be on. Every morning at the very least, we are going to be on here. I think the aim is we're going to be doing this in the morning because you lot are here every morning. Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we? You know, and we'll carry on doing a few evening shows. They won't be every day because I'll be burnt out. What can I do? You know, I can't be on here 4 hours a day, 5 hours a day. I won't know what to talk about. Not that I know what I'm talking about anyway, but you know what I mean. Vindaloo says, how do you think us Arsenal fans feel? The joy you brought us for a number of years, we will never be replaced. We are so distraught right now. Don't be selfish. Think of us. We are heartbroken. Behave yourself, Vinders. Behave yourself. Here, you lot, sort this Vinders geezer out with. I know he sent a super in, but you know what I mean? Have a word with him. Big up to you, Vinders. Big up to you. Yes, Ben. You popped up in a video. Was it outside the ground on Saturday? Someone interviewed you. I'm sure they did. There you go. You see, Ellie, do we let him go? Do we keep him? What do we do? What do we do? Because you're right. He probably won't want to play in the Championship. Whether he'd have a choice or not, Ellie, I don't know. You know, if he was 25, you know, he's only a youngster, isn't he? So I don't know about that. You could be right. You could be right. Big up, Vinders. No worries. Yeah. Listen, I'll tell you all now. Right, the mod father's in. Right, he don't take no notice of what our rules are. Right, if he knows what the rules are, he has his own rules. The modders. Right, so if you're really you know, doing stuff that you shouldn't be doing, he will have you off. No doubt about it. So just so you all know, There you go, Chris. It is what it is, mate. Daniel's in. Nice one, Bodo. Yeah, good result last night for them, Daniel. Wasn't it? Very good result. Listen, I haven't asked you for a while. Still 70 odd of you in here. If you haven't hit the sub, please do. And hit the like button. Hype the video when it's finished. And comment afterwards. Please do. We'll always try and get back to you. There we go, Danny. We finally got to you. We got there in the end, mate. A big up to Danny, all right, for gifting the memberships. Really appreciate it, Dan. Again, thank you very much. I did read out earlier who got those memberships because I can't see it on here. But big up, Danny. Really appreciate that, mate. Tar, mate. And you know always, Danny, you're more than welcome on whenever the shows are on. If ever you want to come on, talk about something, Dan, you know, give us a text. We'll do a show, mate. We'll do a show. It's not a problem. Yeah, we're not having it. We'll leave that to you, Ellie. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thanks, Danny. Tar, mate. There you go. People in here saying thank you. Well done. He's all right, Lee. You know, I haven't seen him for many years, Lee. But I remember back in the day, used to play sort of up front. And he was a big lad, you know, Lee, and not as in a fat big lad. He was a big lad, well built, you know, put himself about, and I'm sure he wouldn't mind me saying, had a gob on him as well. Oh, talking all the time, talking to people. This is Sunday morning football we're talking about here, you know. But you wouldn't believe it was Sunday morning football. All the talking, everything, you know. And he was a very good player, Lee, back in the day. No doubt about it. There you go. Big up to you, Lee. Big up, and big up to you, Ellie. I'm going to try and get in touch with Lee. You know, I am actually now. I don't know how I will. I'm going to try and get hold of him, see if we can do a show together as well. See if we can do an hour together. That would be good. That would be good. Lee's in. Big up to you, Lee. Always here. May the force be with you. Come on, you Spurs. Yep. We keep going, Lee, don't we? We keep fighting, mate. Ellie says, Cookie, does that wet lettuce Lang get the boot if we get relegated? Or do you think Enoch are that stupid that they could still keep him on? God forbid. He's got to go, Ellie. He's got to go. He ain't got a Scooby, has he? Him and Vinay got to go for me. Ellie, I don't even know why they're still here. I really don't. We was talking about this yesterday as well, Lee. Yep, we will go down because the Spammers and Forest know how to fight their way out of a relegation scrap. Yeah, we was mentioning this yesterday, Lee. And because no one expects Tottenham to be down there, you know, a West Ham, they're always there or thereabouts down, and they have been the last couple of years. You know, you'd expect a Forest, the Leeds, you know, not so much a Brighton, but a Palace that, you know, they've done well, but, you know, they're middle to low. I would, you know, they've done better than that, but they're there now type of thing. Yeah, they know how to fight, mate. They come into the season knowing that they're probably going to be in a relegation battle. And obviously Spurs players didn't believe they was going to be in a relegation battle this year. So, yeah, they're going to have to fight, though. It's a good comment from Vindaloo. I think your fans and rival fans don't believe you'll go down. Yes, they panic, but if you drop into the bottom three with 5 games to go, that's when real protests will begin. But by then, it could be too late, Cookie. Yep. It's a very difficult position, and this is why I want to get on Enoch as soon as possible, Vindaloo. I want the lads to sort out a protest, and I might be speaking out of turn here. I'm not that close with them, you know. I know them, you know, said hello to people, and you know, had a chat with a few people, but I've never met Billy. I've never met the lads there. As such, said hello to him, but that was about it. Yeah, I just think it's a window of opportunity for Tottenham fans that don't want Enoch here anymore to get on Enoch, not on the players, not on the manager, but to get on Enoch. You know, it's probably more than likely not going to get him out. But at least if we could get a protest together that was fought out in advance, get it out there, and if you could get a big number of people there, even if it was just to one of them, just to let them know. Just let them know, you know. Because we can do it. If we put our minds to it as Tottenham fans, we can do it. We've seen Arsenal fans do it in the past. Yeah, there was a championship team. Can't remember if it was this season or last season. I can't remember what team it was. And they had a protest, you know, and there was like 1,500 people there. This is championship. Lee says we used to have battlers like Perrin and Roberts. Now we have Tell and Gray. Shocking. When you put it like that, Lee. Yeah. Must win at Craven Cottage, Mark, he says. No excuses. We ain't got the best record there. Have we, Mark? Ghosted says we'll be in League One in 4 or 5 years if we carry on buying Greys and Bergwells. Ellie says Gray's best position is back in the Championship to develop and become a man. Probably should have gone back there this year, Ellie, or last year when we got him. They should have just gone bang. Just carry on developing, kid. Oh, Dan, I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it, Dan, because Mark hasn't sent it to me on the... Hang on, I'll see if I... Oh, my phone's run out. I can't even do that. Shit. Dan, give Mark a text for me, Sheriff, if you've got his number, or text Nige. And Nige might be able to do it, or if not, Sheriff will be able to send it to you so you can just click on. All right, I haven't. My phone's run out, and I don't like touching this old thing when we're live. Part of being the idiot of the three, I'm afraid. But if you can do that, Dan, and get it off Mark or Nige, click on it and come in, mate. No problem. If you're still about, that is, because that was 20 minutes ago. I haven't spoke to you for a while, mate. Come in. Let's have a look. So many comments in here. Everyone's saying hello to Dan. Rob saying he was at Southampton when we drew 0-0 to return to the top flight. Yep. Big up to you, Rob. A few years ago, that fella, wasn't it? Hey? And we're still here now as Spurs fans, Rob. Absolutely, Vindaloo. Let the world know we need saving. Big up to Kev. Kev's become a YouTube member. Big up to you, Kev. It's amazing the support in this channel. Honestly, it really is. It really is. I'm not going to say shocked, because I'm not shocked, but overwhelmed. There's a good word. Overwhelmed. Thank you ever so much to everyone that supports us. And we will get there. We will get there. But just remember, all right, we know who's been here from the start. We know who's been here. We know who continues to follow us. And of course, you want more people to come on board. Of course you do. Of course you do. Yeah, but we know who was here. We know. Just so you know, we know. There you go. Eugene, Sam, we need at least 4 points in the next 2 games. Agreed. But do we get them? Do we get them? Rain, we're still here. We're still here. We're still going. We're still going. Listen, my phone's run out. I can't do nothing about links. Honestly, I can't. I'm still here at the minute. We'll probably go on for a little bit more. Big up to you, Rain. No, we're still here, mate. Mark, Sheriff, if you're still in the chat, could you send the Danalist the link for the show? Just the Danalist, if you're still here. My phone's run out, mate. Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, will do. Okay, mate. I'll try and get hold of someone. That'll be an interesting show, that. Because I've got a lot of respect for Lee. You know, again, it's not our team, but I do watch him from time to time. Lee Judges. And, yeah, he says it as he sees it, doesn't he? But what I love about it is, even in the position that Arsenal are in, I've no doubt Lee has seen Arsenal build with Arteta for the next 5 years. I also know he's been upset with Arteta, you know, over the course of time as well. But he always wants better for his club. He wants them to win things. and they're on the cusp of that now. So, you know, it is what it is. What we want for our club, he wants for his club. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that at the end of the day. Anyway, come on, 60 of you still in here. Hit the likes, hit the subs. Let's get this show moving. Get some more people in this chat. Get some more people in the stream. We've died off a little bit, about 20 odd. Don't know if anyone else has come on, but we will continue to roll. We will continue. Andrew also said we need the likes of Perryman and Roberts for a relegation fight. Ellie says, I do believe in karma, Cookie. What goes round comes around. And that Marinakis doing the dirty on us with Morgan Gibbs-White, it will come back to get him. And I predict Forest will go down. Let's hope it's them and not us, Ellie. Let's hope so. Not carrying nothing, mate. We're not carrying anything here, Sheriff. What can you do? You're at work, fella. It is what it is. It's got to be done at the end of the day. God knows what he's doing. I don't know. All I know is that this fella that came in from City, he is one of the only people that I think knows anything about football. Drooler. So there you go. Ellie says Perriman was homegrown. He says on his podcast, never underestimate your homegrown, as they love our club. Dan, the link's in the chat, mate. If you want to jump on, you're more than welcome, mate. That's just for Dan there, by the way. I'll let Ellie and all the mods carry on doing their job in the chat, if you don't mind. Doing the old promoting the channel bit. Morning to you, Guy. I hope you're well, mate. I hope your head's not sore this morning. Big up to you, mate. Here he is. Here he is as well. I didn't think he was going to turn up, but he's here. Here he is, the legend himself that is the Danalist. Good morning to you, sir. How are you?
How you doing, Cookie? How you doing, mate? How are you?
We're doing all right, mate. Yeah, we're doing all right. We're just, as they say, plodding along, singing a song.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, clear as a bell, mate.
Great stuff. Big up to everyone in the chat. Hope everyone's all right.
I
Yeah,
think
mate,
everyone-
honestly. Cookie,
Go on, mate. I think
especially,
everyone's
mate,
right.
you're streaming all the time, mate. Fair play to you, man.
It's got to be done,
Big up
mate,
to you,
isn't it?
mate.
It's got to be done,
Big up.
Dan. There's lots to talk about. We'll talk a bit of football now you're here, Dan, actually. You know, we've got Fulham at the weekend, Dan.
Yeah.
What changes, Dan, from the Arsenal game? What hope can you, as a Spurs fan, as a football fan, in the current predicament we're in, give anyone that's in the chat for the Fulham game at the weekend, you know?
Well, what changes, say? Well, a lot needs to change, doesn't it? In regards to performance-wise. Tudor, big wake-up call at the weekend, wasn't it? You know, he's watched this team now, hasn't he? He's seen what the issues are. And, yeah, he said some important things, didn't he? You know, what was it he said about bad habits, right?
Yeah.
Bad habits need to be fixed. So he's had another week of training. Not really many more players returning. Maybe Porro might be back.
Yeah.
And it's about what's he going to do now? Is he going to stick to this three at the back, which didn't work, did it, against Arsenal?
No.
Or is he going to go to a back four? Knowing the sort of guy he is, I think he's going to just keep playing the way he wants. Yeah, I don't think he's somebody who's going to suddenly change due to one bad game.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's not ideal when we haven't got three proper centre backs. I'd rather see Paulinho in the middle of the park. But I just got a feeling that this guy is not going to back down. He's going to want to keep persisting with this system, which it didn't look great, did it, against Arsenal?
No.
And yeah, it was wrong at the end of the day. Cookie, what do you think? Do you think he's going to go with that back three again, or do you think he will change it?
for whatever reason, you know, you saw the Mickey van der Bem thing, didn't you, Dan, during the game? You know, when Tudor was barking his things out. Now again, people have said he may have been barking at Dragusin and he couldn't get his message across. But the geezer for 90 minutes, Dan, was on the edge of his technical area, wasn't he? Encouraging, doing. I barely saw the bloke sit down, to be fair. And as far as who he picks, and I think he'll continue to do what he's doing, mate.
Yeah.
I do, yeah. The more I think about it, I think he's got to do something down the left side, to be honest. And I know it's difficult with the shortage of players. I know we're in a difficult predicament, but you know what I'm like, Dan? I do like round pegs in round holes.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean. If there's a player available that is available in his position, and whether he's second choice, third choice, fourth choice, whatever it is, I think that, especially with a new manager coming in, that if he wants to play that way, he's got to try and put the round pegs in the round holes. And by that, for as an example, and don't shout, everyone, Sousa. Right? I know he's a kid. I know he's come from Brazil, but he's in the squad. Whether you say unfortunately for him or fortunately for him, whatever way you look at it, is here. And I think that you have to observe these players in training. And I think if he thinks he's good enough, Dan, he'll play him. I don't like the fact that Spence is playing as a left wing back when you've got no left foot, because I think it defeats the object. The point of that is that so at times you can get down the line with your wing back and get a crossover. Jed can't do that, you know, because he hasn't got a left foot. So he gets down the line, he cuts back if he can, but they all know he's going to do that, Dan. Yeah. Does it make sense? I don't know. Eagle's in a difficult position at the moment, I think, with all the injuries. I think he's walked in a roundabout way. He's almost gone, Jesus, I didn't know it was this bad. Do you know what I mean? Almost, he might have actually fought it. But in the same breath, he's got to say, we've got quality, yeah? Because he can't run the players down as such, first game in. But then says, but we've got bad habits that we need to get out of. So how long those bad habits have been going on for, Dan, who knows? Has he got enough time to get the bad habits out of the players? Who knows? But something has to change, mate. Something has to change.
Yeah, big up to Ellie in the chat, Kate, everyone in the chat. Yeah, thank you for your nice messages. Hope you're all good, everybody. But look, it was interesting that he didn't put Sosa on, did it, in that Arsenal game? In that second half. He decided to bring Tell in there. Does that make you think that he's not in his plans? Because I said before the game, I think you agreed as well, Cookie, that he's a left back, right? We ain't got many options. We need balance. We need a left-footed player.
Yeah.
Square pegs in round holes. Totally agree with you, mate. Even if he would have had a bad game, he might have got destroyed. We don't know. But you've got to play what you've got, right? But then again, I understand Spence coming up against Saka. Right?
Yes, there is
a matchup that we needed. And then he moved over to the right, didn't he? I think he went to right wing in the end, didn't he? And I think Gray moved to right back. Yeah. And then we just got destroyed, didn't we, in that second half? So it'll be interesting to see what he does. But I think he needs to play, give him a game, see how he gets on. We've got no other options, really. A doggy's not going to be back for a long time. Ben Davies is out for a long time. You know, the options are very limited, right? Yeah. The thing is, Spence has played left back a lot of the season, so Tudor's going to probably continue to play him there. But I think regarding Fulham, I just think it's an opportunity to get some points. You know, Fulham, a good Premier League team, aren't they? You know, where are they sitting? Mid-table?
Yeah, just above, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, 11 wins, 12 defeats, -3 goal difference. It's not a game where you can't think it's impossible not to get something from, right? They have their good performances, of course. It's a London derby. They'll have they'll be up for it, won't they? Really,
Of
Fulham.
course
They
they will.
always
Yeah,
they always turn up against Spurs. They always raise
yeah,
their game. So it's
yeah,
not going to be an easy game. But I think we need to see what this team looks like after another week of training, trying to stop those bad habits, and the performance has got to be a lot better. And look, I wasn't happy with the performance of the weekends, but after kind of analysing the match, there were certain things that we saw. It was man-to-man press. Yes, it didn't work against Arsenal, but that's what he wants to do. He wants to do this man-to-man press. He wants to get the ball forward quickly. We didn't see it enough on Sunday, probably because Arsenal were much better than us.
yeah,
Maybe it was just a simple fact of that. We just didn't progress the ball through midfield. We had those three midfielders in there who just really couldn't get in the game, and all they were doing was trying to put out fires. Our wing backs didn't progress the ball, and we were just pushed back for most of the game.
yeah.
So what's he going to do against Fulham? Is he going to go with the same kind of formation? Fulham are no mugs, right? We know how they play, right? Don't we, Fulham? Right? They
Yeah.
play with their full backs pushing up, play with the wingers. They're good on the ball. They're good at keeping possession. But if I look at their last few fixtures, let me just have a look and see how they've been getting on recently. They're a little bit hit and miss,
Yeah,
win,
they are.
lose sort of thing.
They are.
Let me get their fixtures up. So their last game, they had a really good result. They went away to Sunderland and won 3-1. So they're in a pretty good moment. They're still in the FA Cup. They got beaten well by City. They lost at home to Everton, lost away to Man U, beat Brighton at home, and they lost away to Leeds. So they're very inconsistent in regarding results, aren't they? You just don't know what you're going to get from them.
No, that's true. What I will say is, Dan, that result that you just said to me there tells me a lot. You said that they lost at home to Everton, right? Everton are the type of team that will get stuck in. They were probably the type of team that were trying to match what Fulham were doing in the game, and they've nicked a result, at Fulham. And that, I think that's the type of result that, the way Everton would have played, because under Moyes that they're a tough team now, and he sets them up well. And I think this is the big part of it, Dan. We need to be set up well, and we need to match them physically. And the manager's got to come up with something that gets us up the field, mate, because I just think that's our biggest problem at the moment. We just can't get up the field, Dan. It's I don't know if he's froze or not. Oh, he's back. You'd froze there, Dan.
My connection's a little bit weird, isn't it? I'm kind of. Can you hear me? Because it's just.
I can hear you all right. Your picture keeps freezing now and again. That's all.
Sorry about that, man.
That's all right, mate. I didn't know if you'd froze or not. I didn't know whether to keep talking. There you go. Yeah, I just want to see us match them. For the effort, like we was talking about, Dan. The effort's got to be there at the end of the day, and I think that's the way to beat Fulham. You match them for the effort, for the endeavour, and then hopefully something comes your way. A chance comes, you nick a 1-0 or something, and Bob's your uncle, and away you go from Craven Cottage. But we haven't got a good record there, Dan, recently. I can, remember back to the Carling Cup game with Ange. There's just been some not very good performances for me at Craven Cottage, depending on how far you go back. Do you know what I mean? But I think it's going to be a difficult game. I don't think there's any game for Spurs at the moment that wouldn't be difficult for them, Dan. I don't know if you agree with that or not with that. I just think every game now is almost like what I said earlier in the week. It's just every game's a cup final now for Spurs.
Mate, honestly, it is. Can you hear me?
Yeah, got you, mate. Yeah.
Of course it is. Look, it is a tough game. Can we win it? Yeah, we can, but we need to get something from it. We need to get a draw at least. You know, we need to start getting some confidence back in the side. It's all eyes on Tudor, really, isn't it? And how he's going to start to change how Spurs are playing. You know, under Thomas Frank, it just wasn't good enough. We're hoping that this Tudor guy can get the team playing again, get some belief in these players. Obviously, they've come off a hell of a bad performance against Arsenal, getting smashed by your rivals. You know, these players' confidence and belief is on the floor. Now, can this manager, you know, get this team playing? And it's just about, we're just going to have to see it, how it looks on Sunday, 2:00. You know, there has to be a response from the team. Do these players want to stay in this league? Do they care enough? And we will see it, right, in the performance. Right, we need to see a change. It's got to happen fast. We need to get some momentum, get something at Fulham, and then we're playing Palace at home, which is, for me, must win, and that's it. No excuses on that one against Palace at home. They're also not having a great season. We've got to be picking the 3 points in that one. Fulham, I'll take a draw, but for me, it's the performance and it's the attitude of the players. But not just that. It's like, I want to see what this Tudor does. Yeah, I want to see what changes he makes to how the side perform, tactics, in-game management. You know, how does he manage difficult moments if we're struggling in the game? Or is he going to change it? Well, against Arsenal, he didn't make any changes really, did he, at half time? We were getting battered in the first half, and it was worrying me that I saw that beating coming in that second half. I saw it because it wasn't working. The formation wasn't working, and he didn't change it. Right, so that he's got to do better with that. But then I do have some sympathy with him. We're decimated by injuries. You know, God knows how many players we got out. You know, I do have a bit of sympathy. And it's not going to take an overnight fix from him. You know, it's going to take time for him to kind of implement what he wants the players to do. But he's going to need to get a buy-in from these players fast. Yeah. And so it's all eyes on Fulham, really. It's about, you know, are these players up for it? You know, simple as that, really.
Yeah. Yeah, and like you say, Dan, in some way, shape, or form, he's got to try and get something out of. If he can't get it out of all the players, he's got to try and get it out of some of them, isn't he? We need, as someone said in the chat earlier, it's like we're running a car down the road and there's no spark plug in it. Do you know what I mean? Everyone's in the car, yeah. It's like the old Fred Flintstone car. The old legs are making the car go. There's no spark plug to make the engine start and get going. You know what I mean? And we definitely need something from that.
But Cookie, this midfield that we saw at the weekend with Gallagher, Basuma, Sarr. I mean, Basuma was okay, I guess, but we didn't see these players do much. And I know it's against the opposition, Arsenal, good sides. It's going to be tough, but we need to see these midfield players have an impact on the game, right? Yeah. You know, what's Sarr known for, Cookie, in your eyes? I mean, he's a very inconsistent player. I know that, right? And engine, right? He can have a shot. He does pop up with the odd goal.
Yeah.
Against Arsenal, we didn't see anything from him. Yeah, let's be honest here. He didn't have a good game at all, did he? We've seen Sarr get up the pitch, run through midfield, try and get into the box, grab a goal. Didn't see anything on that, and that's what we need to see from him on Sunday. And then I look at Gallagher. What's Gallagher known for, Mark, in your opinion?
Same thing, tough tackling, breaking the play up, giving it to someone else maybe that more of a flair player. He can score goals as well, Gallagher. He can get forward. At the moment, with what we've got, he is probably the player that you are going to play in the number 8, isn't he? Because if you're playing a Paulinho, a Gallagher, does he stick with 5 in midfield? Does he go 3-5-2 again? Or does he go like a not so heavy in midfield? Does he go like with a 3-4, I don't know, 2-1? I don't know. Does he? Because somewhere along the line, like you say, it ain't his fault. Maybe the lineup, the 3-5-2 was against Arsenal. But again, it seems like that this is the preferred way that he likes to play. unfortunately, at Tottenham at the moment, the players are not there to play that system, Dan. It doesn't look like anyway. And the gist I got from it was that with what we had available against Arsenal, the first thing I thought of when I saw the team sheet was he's packed the midfield out. 5 in midfield. He's going to try and press up, get hold of, Declan Rice, get hold of Zubimendi, like they did to us, Dan. Like they did to Jed Spence when he was picking the ball up. It was bang, they was on him, pushing him back. And we weren't doing that. So you are right. He's definitely got to get more out of the midfield. Hopefully Porro will be back this week. So at least we'll have Porro in on the right. But I think maybe go on.
What I would do is, Solanke will probably be starting, right?
I would assume
he should
so.
be back now, so he'll be there. So I would be going with probably like 2 in front of the. Well, this is the thing, isn't it? If he's going to go at 3 at the back, it's difficult, isn't it? Like, so I'm just trying to work out in my head.
Well, you could go. The other problem is, Dan, while you're thinking about that, is that for me, Paulini has got to be in midfield.
He's not going to be. If he's playing the 3 at the back, that Dan, I've looked, he's not going to be back. He's not back till mid-March. So if he's going to go at this 3 at the back, he's going to be Paulini again, I'm afraid. So that, I'm kind of looking like maybe 2 in front of that back 3, Xavi slightly ahead of them, and then 2 forwards. Yeah, so you're playing with Solanke and Mawani, right? That's what I would do. With Xavi in behind, then you could have the Suma next to Sarr, possibly in that midfield base. But who knows what this manager's going to do, is it? We haven't got any wingers fit. We've kind of really got to play with the wing backs. And I think if Porro's back, he will start as a right wing back. And then I think we'll see Jed Spence again on the left, which I don't totally agree with. I would rather give the young Sosa a go. But Spence is first team player, isn't he? So I just got a feeling that Tudor's going to take the nod there. What do you think, Cookie? Is that the sort of thing you would sort of line up you go for?
I mean, he's still only got pretty much the same players available plus Porro. So, obviously Porro will come back in. Does that mean because he likes to play the wing backs higher, obviously Porro would be further up the pitch, which would suit Porro, wouldn't it? In as far as crosses coming into the box concerned and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Well, of course, everybody says he's not a right back, right? We hear it. It's gone on for the last 3 seasons. He's not a right back. He can't defend. He's a wing back. Yeah. So, well, there you go then. Give him 5, 6, 7 games as a wing back and just see if we can get the most out of him. See if he can deliver those balls into the box. We know he's got a pass on him. He's got a shot on him. Let's see if that improves his game. Because again, he hasn't been great this season. Most of the players have been underperforming this season. And you just have to hope that this manager can get more out of these players. Frank couldn't do it, could he? He couldn't get much out of these players. This Tudor guy, he seems very, disciplined, and he's an experienced coach. Yeah, it's all about, what his system, how he wants to play. Are the players are going to respond to it? And if they don't, we're just not going to be able to pick up points, aren't we? So I don't know, Cookie, mate. It's kind of, we're just sitting here waiting for the weekend now. And until we see this football, we just don't know, do we?
No, we don't, mate. This is interesting from Logan. I don't know what he's seen or where he's seen it, but he's in here all the time. He said, I've just seen something about Tudor. And apparently the club are already looking at replacements if Tudor can't win any games. Now, if that's true or not, I'm not too sure, though. It would be Tottenham, Dan, wouldn't it? Hey,
where's the source, Logan? Logan, where's the source?
Yeah, who's the source, Logan?
Tell us the source, because it could be just, it could be rubbish.
It could be. Big up to Sava. I think his show's finished and he's sent a few over. Big up to you, Sav. Really appreciate it, mate. Big up to Adam, who's the first one in. Jobson's in. Big up to you. Sorry if I, slaughter your names, by the way. Alf's in. Big up to Alf. Siggy. Chris is in. Big up, Chris. There you go. There's Chris. Come on now. The club aren't going to look at replacements because he lost to Arsenal. Silly season. There you go. There you go. Listen,
I don't believe that yet. Look, it's been one game. I mean, if he doesn't pick up,
if
he doesn't pick up.
Go on, Dan. Carry on. Sorry, mate.
Sorry, mate. If he doesn't pick up any wins in the next, 3 or 4, then maybe. But I think that's it now. They decided on this guy for the rest of the season now, and they've got it right. He's got to get enough points. It's just the contracts at the end of the season.
Yeah.
He's got to get this team playing again and get these wins. And if he doesn't, it's just another massive failure, isn't it, from this board? Yeah.
So I know. I asked the question the other day. I've seen a few people ask it as well. Are you of the opinion, Dan, that he comes in, like he has? If he does lose, if he gets beat at Fulham at the weekend, if he loses to Palace and he loses to Liverpool, and I'm sorry to be so negative, but it could happen, by the way, is his job then in danger, Dan? Bearing in mind how Spurs work.
Of course it will, because if he can't get anything out of these players in those games, obviously Liverpool way's very difficult. Fulham, you can get something. Palace has got to be a must-win. What was the other game there, Cookie, that you said?
Liverpool, the last one. It's Fulham, Crystal Palace, then Liverpool. They're the next 3, I think.
So the next 3. So the next 3, he's got to get at least like 4 points, 3 minimum. Or win at home to Palace. I don't expect to get anything at Anfield. Fulham, I don't know. Hope maybe a draw. But he's got to get some points, Cookie. He's got to get some points. And I'm looking at that Palace home game as the one that must be 3 points.
Dan, I agree. I think we must beat Palace at home. We must beat, whatever happens at Fulham this weekend, I think we need to beat Palace at home. And I think, by the time we get to the Forest game, mate, if we haven't, got 3 or 4 points in the bag, that game is going to be huge, Dan. Honestly, that game against Forest could be a really, really big game. And I know it still leaves whatever. We're at 11 now, probably leave, 6 or 7 games left. I think they're about 4 or 5 games up the road, Forest. Are they after Liverpool, Dan, or is there another one after Liverpool before Forest?
No, Forest is after Liverpool.
Right.
At home. And again, that one is a must. That's a 6-pointer, right, isn't it, Forest?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
It's a 6-pointer.
Absolutely it is. Dan, let me just get in. Listen, Sav has just sent a raid over. Big up to you, Sav. I really appreciate it, mate. There's 160 people in here right now. If you haven't subbed to the channel, hit the sub button for us. Before we started, we were 4 short of 900. Content every day, breakfast, brunch every morning, couple of 2 free shows at night in the week as well. We're trying to put the work in. Please sub, please like, and get over to Dan as well. Get over to the Dan and sub to him as well. Because, why not? We've all got slightly different opinions. We come at things from different ways. And we're all trying to make our way in the YouTube community. So, sub to us, sub to Dan if you wouldn't mind. And like the stream. Let's see if we can get this stream over 100 likes today. Because my phone's gone off, so I can't look. Look. There you go. Happy days.
Dan, guys, sub to Cookie. He's really working his socks off, man. Every day he's streaming, going on for hours, giving up his time. Any subs, likes, much appreciated to Cookie.
Yep, absolutely, Dan. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate that, mate.
Appreciate the Sheriff as well. Don't forget about the Sheriff.
Yeah, of course, the Sheriff it's not just me. The Sheriff goes to work. He comes on the night streams. If he's got a day off, he's on in the morning with me. So it is what it is. You have to put up with me, unfortunately, when the sheriff's at work. Unfortunately for you, that is. But I will be here. Don't you worry about that. There's loads of people in. Let me just say a few hellos to people. Darren's coming. Big up to you. Yeah, we're still going, mate. We're still going. Yeah, Dan, I carried on chatting and Dan sent a message. So he's come on, having a little chin wag, and he's helped me out by coming on. You know what I mean? So big up to you. Yeah, Kate saying the likes are getting there. All boxed up. I got sent over here by Savern. I'm a Leeds fan. We welcome Leeds fans in here, all boxed up. All day long, mate. Anyone's welcome. You're more than welcome to be here, mate. Mark's in. Big up to you, Mark. He said, any comments you want to make on any of these, Dan, you're more than welcome. He says, Mark says, let's be honest, fans wanted Frank out after the 4-1 defeat to Arsenal alone. Tudor has already achieved that. If he loses another 3 or 4 straight, fans will want him gone. Yeah.
What I'll say to Mark is that, look, let's give the bloke a few games and let's judge after that. Yeah, you've got to give him a little bit. We could all just say, oh, it's not going to work out, but let's just hope it doesn't. Surely he can get something out of this lot. Yeah, surely. And the players, it's not just about him, it's the players as well, man. Honestly, they need to take responsibility. Honestly, do they actually realise what serious situation they're in? Some of them, I don't know. But it's about the manager, isn't it? The tactics, the system, how's he going to get the best out of the players available? We have got a lot of injuries. It's playing to our strengths. And Cookie,
Yeah.
I asked you this, you look at the side which has been underperforming all season. What are our strengths with the players that we have in that side? And people in the chat, how should Tudor set the team up to get the most out of this team? We have plenty of strikers available now. So that screams at me that, 2 up front possibly. Yeah.
Yep.
Getting those wing backs high, crosses in the box. Cookie, what do you think? What are the kind of remaining strengths in this team, which I know a lot of Spurs fans have no confidence in the side, and I get that.
It's very difficult, Dan, because we're such an in and out team, and with all the injuries that we've got, mate. And I'm not.
With the guys we got there, mate. With the guys we got there, how would you be saying, right, this is who I've got playing Sunday. Yeah, this is the choices I've got. How am I going to maximise these players? Like Solanke, Mawani, Xavi. Yeah, like we talked about Porro not long ago, that he's going to be in a wing back now, which is supposed to be his best position.
Yeah.
Like, how are we going to get the most out of this side of the players available? Conor Gallagher running into the box, scoring goals. How are we going to put him in a position to do that?
That was what I was just going to say, Dan. I think that as short of players as we are, sorry, I'm thinking about this one as I'm talking to you. As short of players as we are, I think, how can I describe it? And I think the only way is maybe for Tudor to get the seniors that are in the team together, right? Maybe have a little meeting with them and say to them, look, lads, you're the senior players here. Whoever those players are, you're the seat that are left out of them. You're the senior players here, your Paulinias, whether he's a loan or not. Your Mickey van der Ven's a captain, is a senior player. You get them all together, all of them, and say to them, look, you know what my objective is here? Is your objective the same? And even if he's got to have a bit of a tear up at the senior players, you know what I mean? We was talking about it again last night, Dan. He's come into the club. I've got no doubt. You can tell he's that sort of bloke that, we're doing this my way. Get on board. You'll be all right. Do you know what I mean? And I see him doing what he's doing. And I just think it's senior players. I can't. I'm just trying to think of being in a dressing room, Dan, years ago, because we've all been there when things are not going right or people are having their say. And I know it's not the same being in a, non-league dressing room or whatever, or a Sunday morning dressing room as it is maybe as being in a professional dressing room, you know. But I think maybe he's just got to pull the senior players aside and say, look, you do realise here, you know, they've brought me in to do a job. You're my senior players and I need you to get on board, right? And then maybe he can start going and trying to deal in a different way with some of the younger players. This is off the pitch I'm talking about. On the pitch, Dan, on the pitch, I think he's just got to find his way, mate. You know, I want to see us pushed further up, but what I'm worried about is that I do agree with you. We need goals. We've got to find goals from somewhere, right? Where we find them, I've got no idea. What I'm worried about is that if we do start pushing midfielders on to help out the forwards, because we've got no middle ground as such at the moment, because there's such a disconnect from the midfield to the attack, that I think we've just got to be a little bit further up the field, which is difficult because then you're playing with three at the back again. And at times you might be asking a Mickey van der Ven to sprint back from balls over the top again. So it's a bit of a happy medium. He's got to try and get them further up the pitch without, as a whole, without getting back to that stage again of opposing teams putting balls over the top into the corners. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Look, for me, this whole thing with the three at the back, right? Because we ain't got enough centre backs, is an issue, right? Because we all would want Paulinho in that central midfield, right? So I would, if I was managing this team, I'd play with a back four. I would. I'd have the full backs pushing high. I would play Paulinho, Basuma, Xavi in front, and then a forward line of Solanke, Mwani, and I guess the only other guy there is Tell. Or you throw in a youngster like Williams Barnett, you know? Why not give him some games? You know, I'm sure he's up for it. He would probably do better than some of those four players we got. Is the manager going to be brave enough to throw in a kid like this? I don't think so. Even if he comes on second half, mate. Even if he comes in second half after 60 minutes, put him in that left wing position, attacking midfield position.
Let him have a go.
Narrower, can't they? The two or three behind the striker can go a bit narrower. Get the full-backs pushing up high as possible. Then you've got Paulinho, Basuma sitting in there to protect those full-backs going forward. But the worry is, Cookie, is that I just think this manager's just going to keep playing the way he wants. Why would he suddenly change now? And he's done it the whole career, right? I think he's going to persist with this three at the back, and I just don't think we have the players to do it. We need a centre back, right? We need Danso back. Romero's not back until like mid-March because of this ban. He's taking a risk, and that's what you said earlier, Cookie, is about shoehorning players, positions, and I think it's a bit of a risk. It really is.
Yeah, agree, Dan. Let me bring this one in from Shane Tucker. Big up to you, Shane. Hope you subscribed, mate. Forest fan here. Game versus you is massive for both of us. Look, I agree, Shane. I agree with the path that Spurs are taking at the moment on the field. I think that even though there will still be big games to come after your game, it's a massive, massive game. The Forest game. Huge. I think it's a huge game. Also depending on what West Ham are doing, you know, because, you know, I know you and I know West Ham have got tough run-ins, right? But like I said earlier, your team and West Ham, they've got fighters in their team. And what they do is when they come up against the better teams, they find a way sometimes to nick a point. Not all the time. They find a way to nick a point. They find a way to nick a win. And I'm just like, I look at our team at the moment, Shane, and I think, where's it coming from? Where's the next win coming from? That's what bothers me. But big up to you, Shane. Really appreciate that, mate. Make sure to like and subscribe, fella. And everyone in here, still 150 of you in here. Hit the like and subscribe button for us, the two marks. and for Dan over at the Dan Listen, and why we're in a break as well, and why there's so many of you in here. And again, thanks to Sava. Nigel tonight over on Pure Coys, he's doing his first call-in show tonight, okay, at 6 o'clock. Get over there, support him. Yeah, if you're not doing anything while you're eating your tea tonight, when you get in from work, get him on your telly, get him in your ear rolls. Even if you go and give him a sub, give him a like, and you've got other things to do. Yeah, it's not his first show ever. It's his first call-in show tonight. So get over there, support him. Pure Coys, 6 p.m. tonight. Big up to everyone. Thanks, Dan. I just wanted to get that out there.
Yeah, just looking at the fixtures at the weekend, right? So on the Saturday, you've got West Ham going away to Liverpool, right? Tough game, isn't it, for them, right? And then you've got Leeds playing at home against City. Big games, isn't it, for both? You know, especially City if they're want to fight for the title. Leeds, man, I've just been so impressed with Leeds, man. How they've just managed to pick up points. Just get up that league out of the bottom three. I mean, they're smashing it right now, aren't they? They're picking up points. You just look at their results from the past 9-10 games, steadily picking, not always winning, still losing, but sometimes, but they're winning. They're getting points. And you know, how are they doing it, Cookie? Leeds, you know, just come up from the Championship. And it's amazing, isn't it? And you see Spurs can't win a game this season. Not this season. I mean, since January, since the new year, we haven't picked up one win. It's a disgrace. There's been, I think, 4 draws, and the rest of them have been defeats. It's disgraceful stuff, isn't it? That Leeds can do it. Teams are doing it. West Ham are picking up points. Forest picking up points, and Spurs are not doing anything.
Listen, the only thing I will say to that, Dan, is that I'm sure you've all seen the form table from the beginning of January, what Dan was just talking about. We're bottom.
Yeah.
We are bottom, right? Then we talk about Forest. Forest in the form table, I think, are 14th. Right? Then you talk about West Ham. West Ham in the form table of 2026 are 9th. By the way, I'm good me. Look, I ain't got nothing in front of me here. I'm wisping these. They're about 9th in the form table, something like that. So when you take into consideration, that Spurs, I think, have got, is it 4 or 7 points, whatever it is. I think it's 4 points in 26. And these other teams are picking up double and treble what we're picking up. That tells me, Dan, that if it carries on the way it's going, that we could be in serious trouble, mate.
Look, Cookie, this is the whole point of the change the manager, right? To give this team a lift, to try and get us winning. And look, Arsenal, we got battered, right? We're probably going to lose the game anyway, right? Even if it was a bit closer, if we performed better. So that one was, you know, I don't like to say free hit, but it kind of was, wasn't it? Looking at where we are in the league, where they are. It was more hope than anything that would get anything out of that game, just because of the new manager, Arsenal a bit not in the best form. But, you know, we're looking at now on the fixtures ahead, there's winnable games there. And for me, there's no excuse. If this manager is half decent or he knows what he's doing, he should be able to pick up points against some of these teams. And I'm still hopeful that can happen. And starting on Fulham, we need to get something. And then, as I said, beating Palace. If we don't beat Palace at home and we lose that game, I don't know what else can be said now. Really, honestly, I think that it could be finished. Quickly, honestly, if we can't win that game, and if we don't see an improvement in performance, in how we play, if we don't see any kind of thing working on the pitch, playing better for more of the game, you know, having a sustained pressure in attack when you're attacking teams, you know, I've got to see something, some combination plays on the field. Look, I can say, okay, I can see what the manager's trying to do here. I can see the players trying to do it and implement it. I need to see something in the next 2-3 games, and I know Liverpool away is very, very tough. I don't expect to get anything from that one, but I expect Fulham away to get something. Fulham mid-table, their form is inconsistent, as we read out their form a bit earlier.
Yeah.
Spurs have got to start picking up points. And if they don't, I don't know what's going to happen, man.
No.
Honestly,
Well,
we could go
Daniela's
down.
come in with a few facts for us. You probably got them on your screen, Dan, but, I like to bring these comments up because people have put the time in to type it in. So thanks, Daniela. Appreciate that. She's put, West Ham here, the next 11 games will be fun. Not. But it's all about form now. And Spurs are in relegation form. I thought it was 4 points. Yeah, 4 points from 9 games. West Ham have got 12 from 9 games. So 3 times what we've got. And Forest have got 9 points in the last 9 games, which is double and a bit more than what we've got. And I find that very worrying, Dan. I do, honestly, I've got to say that is very, very worrying indeed.
Frank was doing a shocking job, yeah?
Yeah.
The team completely lost its way. And I see a comment in the chat. What's his name? Let me scroll up. Is it Kieran, I think, in the chat?
Yeah.
He says, yeah, we haven't got anything.
What time is it, Dan?
12. I can't even see it. Something like 12. 12:41. Based on what the squad players, we don't have no fight, no ideas, lack so much quality. Look, I get why you would say that, because we've been shit all season, and I just think we've underperformed massively under Thomas Frank. We've got so many injuries. The players are on the floor. But I, as a fan, and I look at these players and I look at Tudor coming in, there's got to be a response. These players, are, in my opinion, better than what we've seen. Yeah, people will argue all day long with me. I don't really care. I put a lot of blame down to the managers that we've had in the last couple of seasons. I think if Tudor can get a response from these players actually start to show they care, and they've got to put a shift in. They have to. And a lot of it may be hope, because we don't know until we see it at the weekend and we see it against Palace. But I think that, if Tudor is a half-decent manager, he should be getting these players performing much better. And we need to start getting results. Simple as that. If we don't and we fail, I'm wrong, we'll go down, and it is what it is. But there's got to be a response for these players, man. They've got to start fighting for that badge. And as fans, the Spurs fan base, we've got to demand that. We've got to get behind the team and support them. I know we're all pissed off with them. We think they're going down, but we've got to get behind the team, and we've got to try and look at, what we think can happen. Or we might as well just give up and just not bother talking about Spurs and just surrender and just say, all right, we're going down. What's the point?
Yeah, true. Look, Kieran, as they say, yeah, never give up, mate. You can't give up on your football team, however shit it is. We all know it ain't good, mate. Honestly, Kieran, we all know it's shocking at the moment. But at the same time, Kieran, we can't just sit here and say, yeah, we're bollocks, we're going down. End the show, cut the stream, gone. We have to talk about it. People like me, yeah, Dan, this is a way of if you like, getting it off our chest. That's why you're in the chat. You're getting it off your chest. You're putting your opinions in. And we won't all agree on everything, mate. We won't. Even if we've got, we're on the same path to try and get to where we need to get to. But in some way, shape or form, as I've kept saying, right, this is where Enoch have left us. Right? We've got what we've got. We've got the manager that we've got. And as Spurs fans, mate, all you can do is get behind them. I don't know what else you can do. In the back of your head, you're thinking probably what the inevitable is going to happen. We're going down. Yeah, and that kills all Spurs fans. I'm sure, forget about the reason why you might want to go down. Forget Enoch for a minute. As a football club, as a football fan, there's not one Spurs fan out there, yeah, that wants your football club to go down. Forget them up there. Yeah, as a supporter for 57 years of Tottenham Hotspur, I saw this club go down in 1977 as a 9-year-old kid. Yeah, it took me years to understand what happened, why it happened. Right, we had better players in our squad back then than what we've got now. You had Glenn Oddle in that squad. You had Stevie Perriman in that squad. Players that would die for their football club. You ain't got that here, Kieran. And this is what we're talking about. This is why we talk about this. And this is why, Dan goes into depth about it, because we haven't got those players and we're trying to find a way, some way, racking our brains. Our Igor Tudor can get an extra 1% out of them, let alone 10%. And that's why we're on here, Kieran. Is that right, Dan? I don't know.
Cookie, yeah, you're right. You're spot on what you said. And I think a lot of the fan base thinks we've got championship level players. Well, if that's the case, we'll be down then, won't it? We'll be relegated. Yeah, if that's the case. And if that comes true, we haven't we? Right. But if we stay up and we manage to pick up enough points, we go again. We go again next season.
Again. Yeah, we deal with
it. Do I believe in this board? No. Do I believe that they're going to, make the right decisions around transfers, around who's going to manage the team? No, I don't. But it's got to be a lot better than this and what we've seen in the past couple of seasons. Someone's got to sort it out, because, it's the second season now where we're near the bottom. Something's seriously wrong. And, if the club don't act, then we'll be in the same position next season, fighting relegation again. It's as simple as that. And we see that with the article come out yesterday from, The Guardian, about, what a wind-up. What a wind-up.
They think we're stupid, mate. They think we're stupid, Dan.
Gaslighting the fan base, isn't it? Gaslighting the fan base.
Jokes, mate, honestly.
Yeah, what a timing of that. And that's probably what, around renewing season tickets. And is it, Cookie, that they want the fans to renew in March? Is that right? For next season, I think.
Yeah, apparently so. Yeah.
Who's going to want to? Who's going to want to renew when you don't know who's coming in? If they're going to get rid of Lange, if they're going to get rid of Vinay,
if you don't know what division you're going to be in.
Yeah, I don't know what will happen there. Honestly,
no. We'll see. We'll see. Let me bring this one up from Shane. Shane sent in a super chat. Big up to you, Shane. Second one of the day. We have Europa, so need to be super careful. Champions League, you mean, Shane? Annette? Is that what you meant? We've got the Champions League still.
Draws on Friday, isn't it?
Yep, draws on Friday. I think we get either Galatasaray, Juventus, or Atletico Madrid. One of those three. So it looks like Juventus are already getting done by Galatasaray 5-2. Atletico Madrid qualified last night. So as it stands at the moment, it probably looks like Atletico Madrid will play Galatasaray, and then we will get the winners of that. As it stands.
Cookie. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, mate. You're spot on. People in the chat, do you think we're going down? Yeah. Do you think that's it? And what if we do stay up? Then what would be the reason? Yeah. Would it be because of the manager, the players, or just luck, or the other team's not picking up enough points? I don't know, guys. What people feeling in the chat? Do you guys think we're down? I'm not giving up yet. I'm not giving up yet. I want to see how we get on in the next couple of days. I want to see how next couple of games. I want to see us against Fulham and Palace. I'd be very, very worried if we don't beat Palace. And I don't know.
Here's a question for you, Dan. Here's a question for you, Dan, from Phil. He says, where's the accountability for the players, Dan?
Where's the accountability for the players?
Yeah. Because you were just saying about managers and that, and you think we can get more out of the players and so on. Have you got accountability for the players for the absolute dross?
Yeah, for their lack of effort, for their lack of discipline. It's not all to do with the manager. But I just think we've just been managed poorly. I just think the last couple of managers have not done a good job and got the most out of the players available. Obviously, the injury situation is serious. It's causing impacts. But I think, some of these players, they need to go. Of course they do. They're not good enough. But no one can tell me that this squad is, worse than some of those teams around us, up into mid-table. I'm not having it. I just think if we had a good manager, set the team up in the right way to their strengths, give them belief, give them a system that's going to get the most out of them, we'd be doing a lot better than this. Frank couldn't do it. He weren't big enough for the job. Ange was just too gung-ho, wasn't he? He didn't put enough into the defence. There was no balance. I want to see a proper manager come in here, a good manager. These players, obviously, they've been shocking, man. And I can't defend them. They're kind of their performances on the pitch has just not been good enough. But they're not coached well, but they're not given a system what gets the best out of them. Have a bit of sympathy. You know, that's how I see it. But people will disagree with me, and that's fine. To be honest, I don't care. It's just my opinion.
Of course.
You know,
of course
we go down. If we go down, Cookie, and we are relegated under Tudor, then I'm wrong, aren't I? The players aren't good enough, and they deserve to be in the Championship, and I'll have to hold my hand up.
Yeah.
But we're not relegated yet. We're not in the bottom three yet. Let's give Tudor some games to see what he can do. Get some returning players back, and we'll see what it is.
Yeah, fair play, mate. Agree with that.
I'll back myself, man. I don't care. It's my opinion. People can argue with me. That's fine.
Of course,
I
you
don't
have to back
have all the
yourself.
answers.
Yeah,
mate. I don't have all the answers. Yeah, I'm just a fan. I'm just a fan like everyone else. I just have my view and my opinion, and I'll back myself. If I'm wrong at the end of the day, I'm wrong, and I'll hold my hand up.
Right, that's fair play, mate. All Boxed Up says, and still 130 of you in here. If you haven't subbed, please do to both channels. Yeah. Mark's just sent me a message saying we've just gone over 900. You know what I mean? 3 weeks ago, we was on 700, right? So keep hitting the sub button. We're on the road to 1,000. Free football shirt. There's going to be a draw at 1,000. A football shirt, yeah, of your choice at 1,000 subs. So keep hitting the sub. Hit the sub for Dan, yeah. He's going to be putting stuff out if and when he's available to do so. He will be on here. Not necessarily on here, but on his own channel, doing what he does best. So get over to him. All Boxed Up says, Forest haven't been able to hit a barn door of late. So unless they improve at that, then they have problems. Fair play. Fair play to you. Ellie says, West Ham have won 6, drew 7, lost 14 to ours of 1-7, drew 8, lost 12. So on that cookie law of averages, we should pick up more points overall. Current form, we and Forest are sliding. Yep. There you go. Danzo's out for another 2 weeks, according to Ellie. And this is a good question from Daryl. Here we go. I like these sort of questions, especially when we're in the predicament that we're in now. So, yeah, Dan, we'll run through between us so we don't go through separately. Go on, Dan.
Big up, Daryl.
Of the squad.
How you doing, mate? The strengths. What do you mean, players? Go
on. I'll go with players first. Yeah, players first.
Cookie, you start, mate. Honestly,
it's difficult, man. It's difficult with all these players out there. You can say
this question is he doesn't rate anyone, and he wants us to try and justify who we rate.
Listen,
I can't be bothered. Honestly, if you don't rate the players, Darryl, don't rate the players, mate. I can't convince you or anyone in this chat any different. I can't. I just think it's the pointless.
Look, the only one
I know how he feels. I know Darryl. He comments on my channel. He doesn't rate anyone. So I just think it's a pointless task. And me saying, "Oh, this one's good" or "This one's average," people come back. No, you're wrong, Dan. You're wrong. I don't agree with you. I haven't got any time for that.
Look, I will put it across at the end of the day, and I'll say it how I see it. I think players that are out injured long term, like you can't say Maddison's shit. For me, Maddison is not shit, right? He might listen. He's going to come back from his injury. He's had a very serious injury. He might not be the same player. I've had the same injury as what James Maddison had, and it finished me. I wasn't a professional by any stretch, yeah, but the same injury. I was in plaster for a year, right? So I know what it can do to you, but they've got all the best facilities now. You know, surgery has changed throughout the years, and it's amazing what they can do now. You've got him, you've got Kulu, whatever you think about Kulu, with what you're watching now, right? Surely Kulu's a strength. Maddison's a strength, right? You would like to say, apart from his stupid bozo moments that he just miraculously always manages to do when we really need him, Romero, right? You can't say shit, he's a World Cup winner. He might be shit for Spurs, right? He might have his bozo moments. He might be 8 out of 10 one week and 4 out of 10 the next week. And we talk about that, Daryl, with the consistency. There's no consistency in the squad. And again, there's not many. Daryl, I think Xavi will be a player. Whether it will turn out for him in this Spurs team, as we are struggling at the moment, I don't know. I think if he was in a more fluid team, Xavi, you'd see a lot more from him, to be fair. You got Mickey at the back as well. You know, he's got a lot to learn, but he's not shit. Not for me anyway. There's probably a couple of others I can't think of off the top of my head. You know, but overall, Daryl, as it stands at the moment, the strength is shocking. And as we speak, Harry Kane has just come into the studio. And Harry, can you tell us what you think, Harry?
I've been listening into the podcast, obviously, and the analyst, obviously, I see what you're saying, but obviously you've got to look at the injuries this season. Obviously, Spurs have had loads of injuries in the forward line, obviously, and you have to look at, obviously, they don't have Harry Kane, so obviously they're not going to score goals. Where you've got players like, obviously, Maddison, Kulusevski, and these players are not there, and Dominic Solanke, obviously, they're not going to score goals. So, the problem, your point, which I don't agree with, obviously, is that the players that have scored the goals from last season, like your Sonny, because you know Sonny's world class, these players were not at the club. So when you take out 90 goals and assists, obviously you're not going to score goals. So that's why we are where we are. There's nothing to do with the players are better than they are, because you keep forgetting, obviously, that Spurs have had loads of injuries.
This is very true, Harry. Just to say, Harry, I just wanted to say, could I just ask why you left?
Well, obviously, you know, Enoch, obviously, they didn't want me to win trophies, and they don't want Spurs to win trophies. So, obviously, I had to leave to win trophies, really. Obviously, Champions League is the one for me. Obviously, if I win the Champions League, you know, I could come back to Spurs, obviously.
Let's hope so, mate. We need you, Harry. We need you.
I know. I miss Spurs. I do miss it. It was a lot easier at Spurs because there was no requirement to win every game. So, you know, obviously, there wasn't a lot of pressure on me, obviously.
Big up to you, Harry. Thanks for coming in today, mate. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, Mark. Obviously, anytime you need a professional on here, obviously, some proper football takes, obviously, you can always call me. You got my number, Swift. You got my number, Cookie.
Absolutely super. I can't believe Harry Kane's come on the channel today.
Oh, obviously, yeah.
I can't believe it, mate. There's a massive 120 people watching you, Harry. What would you like to say to the chat?
Let's say, come on, you Spurs. Yeah, I'm going to score goals. Anyway, thanks for having me, obviously, and I'll see you soon.
Oh, you're unbelievable, mate. Honestly, you're unbelievable. He's fantastic. There he is, Harry Kane. I don't know if he wants to carry on talking or not, but absolutely brilliant, Danny. Love it, mate. Love it. Getting
Oh yeah,
lots
sorry.
of.
So Harry just left. He just left.
Oh,
left.
he's just left. Danny's here
Yeah,
now, is he?
left, yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I'm in Munich at the moment, so I managed to get him to come and say a quick few words.
I really appreciate that, Dan. I really appreciate. I can't believe you got such a star on the show, mate. For us, it just shows you, people. It just shows you that YouTube does have contacts, and obviously DK.
Obviously, Harry.
You know?
I mean, Harry Kane. I don't disagree with Harry Kane, to be honest with you. I know what you're saying, Danalist, but for me, I think you're forgetting the point, mate, that we have lost 4 important players from the beginning of the season. There's so many factors which I don't know. That's why I'm going to ask you the question. Like, do you take into account that at the beginning of the season we didn't replace Son? This is the first time in 10 years we haven't had Son or Kane in the squad, right? Then you don't replace Son, and then you lose Maddison, Kulu, and Solanke. And as maybe some of them are as bad as they are, right? Personally, I don't think they're bad. I actually like all of those players. Solanke is the only one who I think is an average player. But given the fact that if you combine all of those players as well as Johnson's goals last season, that's nearly over 90 GA. Now, when you take that out the team and you do not replace them with people who are proven to score and to give you the same output, how do you expect us to be where we need to be, as well as the injuries on top of us not already replacing those players who gave us such a high contribution last season from an attacking perspective?
It's simple, man. Frank, you set it up wrong most of the season, mate. Simple as that. He didn't give the players the best chance to get goals, get assists.
What players in that squad right now who have been available all season do you expect to get goals and assists when they've never proven it?
Richarlison, Xavi, Kudos.
Right. So do you not take into account that Xavi's 22 years old? He's come into a Premier League, which himself a few months ago said how difficult the Premier League is, and only then was he starting to feel like he can play in it. Is that not taken into account?
Of course, but you've got to remember that Frank, he set up the team so pragmatic, right? So defensive, right? How the players like Xavi are going to flourish in a setup like that, Danny? Tell me.
Because, mate, right? Do you not think of the other reason why he set up pragmatically? Because for me, I see what Frank saw, which is we do not have players who can score goals. We don't, right? Muwani, unfortunately, he has done poor, right, since he's come in. I expected him to do better, right? That's on the player, in my opinion. And also, you could say the manager, but the player, the geezer doesn't look like he wanted to be here from day one, right? He was also injured at a big chunk of the beginning of the season, so we have to remember that too.
Yeah, he came in unfit, didn't he?
Yeah, exactly. And we only got him because on the last day, Solanke got injured on deadline day before deadline day, right? Then when you take now, if you look at the squad, right, the players that we had available at the beginning of the season, where do you see the goals coming from? Because none of those players, except Xavi, who's never played in the Premier League, have ever scored more than 10 goals in a top flight season.
We were scoring goals, though, weren't we, Danny? We weren't like one of the worst goal scorers in the league at that point. At the beginning of the season, we were scoring goals.
When were we scoring goals?
Well, if you go back and look at the fixtures, we were scoring goals.
We were
getting goals.
And then what happened when our players started getting injuries?
Yeah, of course, it impacts, of course. And also the players, the more the season went on, the lack of belief these players got playing under Frank. Frank was killing these players.
I don't think it was a lack of belief in terms of the manager. I believe it's because we have the lack of players who can play the way that he wanted to play, right? Then you get the injuries, and now you're playing in multiple competitions, right? And you're having to use what you have, which is exactly the situation we're in right now. And the reason we're in this situation is not even on Frank's fault. It's on the club's fault because they didn't buy the players required and they didn't replace the players. Because if you actually look at the transfer window in the summertime, what did they do? Right? Madison got injured, so they replaced him. Right? Kulusevski got injured, so they replaced him. Right? Who's the other? Muani, Solanke got injured, so they replaced him. Right? They didn't. The only player who was an addition to what we actually needed from the season before was Paulinho, right? Because we all said we needed a centre defensive mid. So he went and got one, right? But when you don't add to the squad and you only replace what was already gone due to injury or player sales, how do you expect to compete at a higher level than the season before if all you've done is replace the players with players who have not proven it in the Premier League? How does that? How do you expect that?
Danny, I don't expect the team to be this low with the players that we have in this squad. Yes, you talk a lot of sense. Yeah, I agree with a lot of what you say. But again, we should not be in this position with that squad. We should not be. I'm not saying we could push for top five, top six. You know, maybe that was a bit of a push in hindsight, right? In hindsight, but we shouldn't be this low. The setup's been all wrong all season. And yes, it hasn't helped. Spurs not buying in January, and we're desperate for players because of all the injuries. But we signed in the summer. We signed Kudos. We signed Xavi. We signed Mawani. We signed Paulinho. These are good players. And unfortunately, Frank, he didn't get the most out of them. Plus, the players already at the club, he ain't got the most out of them. The tactics system, awful.
You say that right, and I also get what you're saying too. But I just think the way my perspective is, the way you see it, is that you don't take into account, or you're not taking into account enough, the fact that these players, like who we have, Odebear, Tell, Muani, Xabi Simons, it's like a mixed match of unproven players and hoping to get the best out of them. And then when you've got the players coming out themselves, like Xavi did when he had that interview, saying that he's starting to feel more comfortable, and you can see that he's, as the seasons progress, he started to bulk up a little bit, so he's adapting more. But a lot of players come to the Premier League and they can't do it straight away, right? And then when you
players can do it straight away, Danny. Players can do it straight away.
But
some players can.
Yeah, some players can. I don't disagree with that. But the fact is, Xavi didn't, right? Muani didn't, right? And unfortunately, when you have got players who are only replacements and they weren't additions to what we already had, right? They would have been additions if the play. Now, do you know what? I'll ask you this, right? Do you believe we would have signed those players if we didn't have those injuries?
No.
Well, that's
no,
it's the whole.
The recruitment's not. Yeah, the recruitment's not been good enough, Danny. I agree with you.
And do you know? I get you.
Can I give you a bit of pushback? I can give you a bit of pushback. What did Frank do right at all managing this team all season? What did he do right? What did he try and improve? Who improved? Who got better under this manager? Tell me.
I think Odebear got better. Odebear was crap last season. This season he looked a lot better prospect. And I think most of us would sit here and say you'd want Odebear in the squad because I think he's a good squad player to have. But again, he's not a first team footballer.
Well, when he drops him, mate, he plays well. He was playing well, and then he drops in the next game.
Yeah, but how many?
For his confidence?
Because mate, because all the players were inconsistent, right? When you've got a captain, do you know how many games Romero's missed? He will have missed from 18 matches that have been played already. Or not, what was it? 18 matches.
Yeah, he's been a disgrace, mate. He's been a disgrace. I agree.
He's missed like 8 games, and he needs 1 or 2 more yellow cards, and he's going to get another game ban.
Yeah,
this is our club captain. We're speaking.
He hasn't a strong enough manager to manage him, Danny. That's the problem with Romero. We need a strong head to manage him. And Frank,
I get that too.
He was not strong enough.
I get that too. I don't think he was the right appointment for Spurs because I never wanted him in the first place. But I don't think he's as bad as people make him out, right? In my opinion. I think that he was dealt a really fucking shit card. Sorry for my swearing. He was dealt a really, really, really rubbish card. and he's just been unlucky. And people need to remember. I know they don't want to remember, but unfortunately, this has been on the cards for years. And
Danny,
I said
you didn't
this,
answer my question. You didn't answer my question. All you said is improved Odegaard a bit. What else did this manager do whilst managing Tottenham, Danny? Tell me.
look, I think look what he did in the Champions League, mate. We finished 4th. That's not an easy thing to do. So the issue we have, right, with the players, which is why I think most of the problem is with the players and not the manager, right, is that these players don't want to fight for anything but themselves, right? This is my biggest problem with these footballers, right? They don't.
They're
you
not
can
being good
see,
enough, Danny. You're right. There, I agree.
but
They're
Dan,
attitude, and that's been very poor. They haven't. I agree with you there, man.
And do you know what it is? Do you know what it is, Dan? For me, right, I see a group of players under Ange and under Frank, right, that they don't want to fight 100% of the time, and they don't want to fight for their teammates. I've only seen, I think, 1-2 games this season where I saw the team fight as a team, right? And that was it. And I can't even remember the game now, but I remember because I was at the stadium when I was there, and there was one game where I thought, do you know what, this is finally what I wanted to see. But the problem is, because we have such a lack of depth in the squad, and because we have no availability to rotate with quality, right? When the players are asked things of them,
Danny, hasn't this been Tottenham history? Hasn't this been Tottenham's history?
Which is why I feel again.
Years, and we've still managed to compete near the top of the league.
No. You can't use that excuse, mate. I'm sorry, you can't. We've had Mavericks and magicians.
You just said it.
Yeah. We again, you're not listening. We've had Mavericks and world-class players in our squad throughout the years. This is going back 50 years plus, right? We've always had 1 or 2 top That's players that get us out of shit. And I've said this in earlier on, right? That this is the first time in 10 years that we have not had a world-class player in our team. We've always had, I was saying for years, even under Conte, I was saying, when Harry Kane and Son leave this club, we are going to be a relegation team. I literally was saying this years ago because what I saw was people that were never good enough.
Without the world-class players, Danny, how do players do it without the world-class players?
Because they have
well together, having team cohesion, and they manage to overperform.
Because what the problem
is,
every
team has got world-class players.
Yeah, Dan, but the problem you've got, I agree with that, right? Not every team does have world-class players, but the problem is what I saw over years and years at Spurs is that a lot of our players became lazy because number one, they had no competition to fight for their places. So even if they had a shit game, they were always going to play, right? Regardless of how bad they were, right? And number two, they knew they could rely on the Harry Kanes and the Son Heung-mins and the David Ginolas and the Gareth Bales because they knew those players can get something out of the game from nothing, right? And when you get players who become lazy and they don't want to fight, right? This is the culture that gets set into the football club. And this is why we have the biggest problem right now, is because we've heavily relied on world-class players over the years. This is going back a long time, right? We've heavily relied on those players to get us out of situations. And because we've never had enough competition for the players on the pitch, when they do play shit, they're going to still play. And that's the problem. That's the cultural problem we have at this football club. And this is why we're in the situation we're in, because this has been building for years. This is what I expected. I genuinely expected this.
Danny, I agree with a lot of what you say, mate. You talk a lot. Yeah, I agree, mate. Honestly, there's so many issues, man, across the club.
It's a sad situation we're in.
And I agree with.
With that, where you said,
morning, James. Morning, mate.
Yeah, is it still morning?
What's wrong? You got a good camera connection today. You're looking crisp, mate.
I'm on. With what we said about how do other teams do if they don't have world-class players, the only other way you do it is you build a philosophy in a team. That's the only way it's physical possible, i.e. Aston Villa. Aston Villa have been doing that for ages. You could almost say someone like Everton, Brentford, Bournemouth, Fulham. They've always had their philosophies. This is how we're going to go, and that's the route we go down.
Do you know what, James?
So-
Even Everton, sorry to interrupt you, even Aston Villa at the moment have a potential world-class player in Morgan Rogers. He wins games single-handedly.
Yeah,
He's
now,
class.
but yeah,
He
now
reminds
I
me of
would say
Bale.
he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that, but yeah.
But go on. Sorry.
Yeah, but for me, look. No matter what Frank did, Frank had to go for the results. There's no way you survive that, because otherwise the next guy comes in, he loses that many games. Do you sack him? Don't you sack him? He had to go purely because of the results. But I also feel that he's been well undersold. You know, there's no way he came in and wanted this left back. There's no way. He obviously wants more people. I know a lot of people say, well, but he wanted the right players, and maybe he died on that sword and he shouldn't have. But at the same time, I regret being so anti Ange now, to be honest. Look, I think again he had to go because of the amount of losses. There's no way he stays. But he can't be manager after manager after manager after manager. If this guy fails, now this manager, you can't keep saying, well, the players are better than they are if it is a 4, 5, 6 year period. It's just not possible.
But James, can I ask you a question? It could be the fact that we've had 2 real bad managers at Spurs. It can happen. It's possible, right? We've hired the wrong managers for the team and the squad and the players that we have.
Yeah, but where did? I mean, as soon as Conte left, but you're talking of an elite manager. Ever since then, we're averages like 15 over the last 4 years.
Do you know?
The team? And just Frank.
Just to add to James's point,
that's all well and good. That's all well and good, but Frank did better. Because Frank did better at Brentford. So why was he able to get them top half and not us? How was Andrew able to get us to the final, win the cup, but in the first year get us 5th? You know, how can we go from 5th and in the second year winning a trophy to it's all his fault that we're crap? Like it doesn't make sense. I mean, I would argue.
James, did you like Ange as a manager, or was he a guy that you wanted to keep?
No, I don't think physically possible you can keep him when they lose that many games. It doesn't matter how they play or any of that.
Why are you defending him?
Can I just add one thing quickly?
Because you're so adamant that everything's on the players or the manager. Why can't it be both?
Of course it can. Of course it can be both.
You said there is the managers. The managers. Why can't we be 2 or 3 managers?
I think we've hired the wrong managers. That's my opinion. I think if we had a good manager with these set of players, you know, proven in recruiting, we'd be all right. Be a lot better than this. I'm not saying challenging for titles and winning everything. You know, we're so far away from that.
You know what?
If you look at this weekend,
can I just say one thing? Right? I understand what you're saying, but I think, Dan, you're not taking into just how I see it. You're not taking into account how the injuries and have affected us, because it in both Ange's last season and Frank's season this season, the injuries, we've been so decimated in multiple areas of the pitch that when you play in so many competitions, especially when you play in the Premier League with the intensity that you need to play at to win a game of football, the players can't hack it because we don't have the depth and we don't have the quality.
But Danny, I think before the injuries, mate, we weren't great. Before the injuries, we weren't great under Frank this season.
Under Andrew was.
Yeah, but again, Dan, I said it at the beginning. We lost Son, right? Who did score? Who had over 20 GA last season, right? We lost Solanke at the beginning of the season, and as bad as he is,
telling me, mate, you keep telling me that. I know you said it, but then when I know this.
So then, how? I said, how do we?
What are you trying to convince me? What are you trying to get through? Just drop your point, man. What are you trying to get me to say?
No, I'm saying that it's like you're not taking into account the injuries have affected the team, because I can't see how the players that we had available.
Of course they have.
Score the same amount.
They have affected them. Of course they have.
Dan, do you think that we should have done better than we did the weekend?
I was disappointed, but you know, it was a tough ask, wasn't it, against Arsenal?
Should the manager have got more out of that squad than we did this weekend? Should that manager have got more out of the players that we had this weekend, just gone to against Arsenal?
First game, isn't it? First game. He's just joined the club. It's not going to be easy. Come on,
for me,
my expectations more hope than anything.
I actually thought we did really well. I know that sounds stupid because we got absolutely battered, but when you actually put things into consideration, we had a midfielder playing right back, a midfielder playing centre back.
Yeah.
I actually thought we did we did better than I expected, because if that goes to 2-2, Richarlison nearly got a goal. I mean, look, they could have easily scored 6 or 7 also. So I'm not kind of saying, oh yeah, we played amazing. We were crap.
Yeah,
But he did better than I thought we was going to do. And this is where I feel sometimes. Look, I don't think any of the managers should have stayed personally, but when you look at Ange last season, Dragishin and Archie Gray at centre back. When you look this season, we've had no Dominic Solanke, Kolo Muani joined injured. Richarlison's always injured. Xavi's going to take a season. No Maddison, no Kulu. Look, I'm not making excuses. We should be higher than we are. I believe that. But at the same time, I think there has to be a bit of realisation that sometimes you need a couple of good wins to sort of build momentum, especially when the better players are out. And I feel like there's no momentum, no nothing. We're just losing. So I don't think it's all on the managers. I think that there's... Well, I struggle to think how many of these players get into a Forest team. None of the midfielders do.
No.
Does the attacker? Probably not.
Even West Ham's attack right now is better than our attack. Like, genuinely, you look at their Bowen, Somerville, and their new guy. I'd take all 3 of them right now. Like, and this is the problem we have. And I think, for me, I think every single manager under the ENIC tenure have been short-handed because of the lack of desire to build a squad. That's always been the fundamental problem for every manager, which is why people keep saying every manager's not right for us. But the problem is no manager has been given a proper chance. No manager. Not even Poch.
Agree, man.
Agree. Let me just tell you, chaps, right? I've been given a nod by the missus because allotment's calling, right? I should have been done at about 11:30 this morning. But I've just gone out to see the missus. And she said, just to let you lot know, and I'll say it word for word, right? She's a United fan, as you probably all know. Hurry up, you Spurs yids. That's what she said. We've got till 1:45. All right? So you're more than welcome. Keep chatting about what you're chatting about. But 1:45, I've got to be out of here because I've got things to do. All right?
For me, I just think that the whole club needs redoing. The whole club. Manager, the players, everything. I think the mentality. I think I said it yesterday. The better players in Romero, Van der Ven, or so-called bigger names, if you like, they need to be let go. You can't have bad apples. You have bad apples, bring the whole team down. And for me, I don't see any passion from those guys anymore unless they're scoring goals. If they score goals, then it's because it's all about them. I don't see any sort of team motivation, I don't see anything. I mean, when you watch the Arsenal game, if you saw the Arsenal team, they all went into a huddle, and I was trying to work out who was talking, and Gabriel, and then Rice, then Odegaard, they were just going around in people. Everyone had a bit to say. You don't see that at Tottenham. It's all about... for me, it's all about, well, we'll just see what happens. And there's no more that you can do from that. From now, for me, even us as YouTubers, I think all the negativity needs to stop. I think I can't see us beating Fulham. We have to change that mindset because it does filter through. They see this. They see social medias. They see all of it. I think from now on, it has to be just back the team and go and see what happens because...
Yeah, I agree, James, mate. I agree, man.
Even social media. Yeah, the social media, they read that, mate. They do. Even like I've just called out Van der Ven and Romero. I need to stop doing that because if we're going to stay up, it's going to take everything to get us up, whether it's one person stops sending stupid tweets or abuse or whatever. They can see it all. From now until the end of the season, it needs to just be positive, almost happy clapping if you want. And just try and get us through. I personally think we'll get a result at Fulham, and then I think we'll go on and we'll be okay. But the first thing for me is getting that first win with a new manager, because then he's going to come into the dressing room and go, I told you we're staying up, I told you. Then they're going to go, I believe in me. And I think that there's quite an important movement over the next 2 or 3 games.
Interesting. I want to just come away from
the question before I've got to jump. Sorry, quickly, I've got to jump in 5. Just one question. Like, for me as a fan, man, I've just given up, man. Honestly, I don't have any expectations anymore with this club, man. Not until ENIC have gone. There's just no hope, is there? Let's be honest. If we get out of this relegation battle, we get out of it. But realistically, they'll try and bring Poch back in the summer, and that will just be a massive distraction from the fan base. They're not going to go and buy better players. They're not going to increase the wage structure. They say they are, but until I see that, I'm not going to believe it. So I'm just going to go into it with no expectations, and then I won't be disappointed.
That's what I've already been doing for a while.
What do you guys feel?
Yeah,
I feel the same. I've been doing that for a while, Dan. To be honest with you, mate. I said this when Conte left the club. I said, for me, Conte was the last straw, like the last straw, right? For me believing anything was going to change, because as Spurs fans, you're always going to hope, right? Because it's the hope that kills you. But as soon as Conte was gone, I knew, like for 1,000,000%, that until this ENIC have gone, it won't change. And unless I see different in the summer, the fact that, who knows? Well, we don't really know. None of us we really know why they didn't sign any players. Is it because they don't know what they're doing? Is it because they didn't try hard enough? Is it genuinely because they tried to go for players that are maybe too out of our league right now? And this kind of stuff. And it's like, well, it's a mixture of everything. It's like, and also, was there an element of they weren't sure on Frank? So if you buy players for a manager that you're going to sack, then you're going to spend silly money on a player that they're not sure on. But again, that goes back to having no plan. So until I start seeing some sort of plan and them actually going to buy quality, then I can't see anything changing. The only bit of hope, Dan, that I have is the fact that this last 2 windows, so it seems players that we were targeting and we have already brought in are at a better level than what we're used to seeing, right? Which gives me a little bit of hope that maybe, just maybe, they are trying to get the next level of quality players rather than bringing in kids all the time, right? Like, for example, as much as we haven't seen the best of him yet, Gallagher, he's someone that can go straight into the team. If you want to build a squad, you need a squad full of players like that. I'm not saying Gallagher type players. I'm saying that level of player, right? That level of professional. A man who can go in and he can do a job, right? When you've got a squad full of players like that, then I'm going to get excited, right?
Yeah, but in fairness, I feel like he's been a bit unfairly treated, to be honest. He's been made the scapegoat now.
I agree.
I went back and watched some of the Arsenal game, and there was a moment in the second half he run out wide to Timber, then run on to Saliba, then run to Gabriel, then run to Rice, and then they played it to left back, and he literally did the whole thing on his own, pressing on his own. Then they played one diagonal ball, and it was Saka 1-on-1 with Spence, and I thought, yeah, you're going to get slated for that. But if everybody pushed as a team there, you probably win that ball back. So it was made. He was the main one to be made look stupid. But at the same time, if the whole team pressed and done their job, then you may win that ball back. You may be able to go on the front foot. But these players, and I know we've said it all before. We've got some that were here: Mourinho, Conte, Poch, all in Davis, Frank, Ange, now this guy. Yeah. We've got so many players from so many different systems that are meant to be playing all together. For me, we need to have a mass clear out. And it may mean that the better players go. And then we need to bring in a manager. It's looking like it's going to be Poch, I think. But I hope Poch has said, right, I would like to keep X, Y, Z. If they go, I want X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z. And I hope he's given them a list of 10 players. Because for me, if Poch comes in and there's not 7 players that come in or 6 players, then we know we're in exactly the same position, to be honest. Exactly the same position. Because it's not about buying a player to improve the squad now. It's about getting rid of what we've got and improving the squad. For me, Udogie needs to go. For me, centre-back, Dragusin needs to go. He's too injury prone. I said it yesterday with Sava. If it means that we've got to look for the best of the club, James Maddison may need to go. He's probably our best player, but you can't have someone come back for 3 games, get injured, and then go out for another season. You just can't build your squad around that. So there's going to have to be some major upswings and sells. Kulu, Richie, whoever. They need to go, and there needs to be a plan. It needs to be right. Breaking your wage structure. We need X, Y, Z, and they need to go out and buy 4 or 5 big players. Otherwise, Yeah, we may finish 12th next season, but how far down is 12th from where we want to be?
Yeah, good points, man. I've got to jump, guys. Big up to you all. Big up to Cookie. Thanks for having me on.
Dan.
Big up James.
Appreciate
Big up
it, mate.
Danny.
Big
Big
up
up to
mate.
everyone in the
Good
chat.
chat, mate.
Smash
Good
the
chat.
likes. Subscribe to Cookie. And take care of yourselves. And come on.
And subscribe to him as well. Subscribe to this geezer as well, Dan. Big up, Dan. Thanks very much. Yeah, big up, chaps. Listen, still 120 odd of you in here. Keep hitting the like and the sub. We really appreciate it. James and Danny.
Yes, sir.
I don't mind asking the question again. Fulham at the weekend. I think we've got to look forward now rather than looking backwards.
Yeah.
Tudor would have had another week with the players.
Yep.
How, I thought we were so low on confidence even before the Arsenal game, and then the Arsenal games come along. The result was what it was. I think we got totally outclassed, to be honest with you, just slightly. But it was what it was. How does he lift these players now, you two? Because, I was thinking last night, and I thought he's in a bit of a precarious situation because if he goes steaming in and a few players don't like it, he's got the adverse reaction of that. Then he can go in and be the other way, arm round everyone's shoulders. Come on, boys, we've got this. If that's how he's gone, and then we've had the result, and he's actually seen for himself, the job and the task that he's got to get points out of these players. How does he do that?
I think he's a go in there screaming and shouting to get the best out of them, to be honest. And I think that's the only way that you're gonna get it, because I think some of the younger players will up their game being given a hard time, because at the end of the day they need to impress. They're the ones that need to impress. It's your Grays, your Bergvals. I mean, I know they're injured, but yeah. So for me, he needs to just go in there and just say the truth. Just build confidence and say, look, I believe in you. You're good enough, but this ain't acceptable, to be honest. And I think that's the only way you can go. But on the Fulham game, mate, I think we're going to get a point, if not 3, on the Fulham game. I think
I agree with that.
And the reason being, if we don't win at Fulham and then we don't get any points at Palace, we're going down. That's how my head is. So these two, for me, it's not about the points. It's more about he's come in, got the win, up the spirits. We're all flying again. We can't afford to not pick up any points, then play Liverpool and lose, because then that's 4 or 5 straight defeats. That can't happen. So for me, I personally think that we're going to. I think we're going to beat Fulham. I think Fulham are a really good team. They are a really good, well-organised team, and I think it's going to be uncomfortable. But I think we could get a 1-0 or a 2-1 win.
Fair play, Danny.
I don't disagree with James, to be honest. I think I saw even though we played crap, let's be honest, right? We're playing the best team in Europe right now, right? In terms of squad depth, in terms of strength, in terms of form, they are the best team in Europe, right? So when you come up against a team like that and you're decimated, and even though we were absolutely battered, we still scored 2 goals against them, right? Who have arguably got the best defense in the league. And let's be honest, that Muani goal should have stood. And like James said, and I said this last night on your show, Mark, and someone else, that if we scored that second goal, you just don't know what can happen. You just don't know, right? Yes, the probability is that Arsenal would have come back and scored another goal, but you don't know, right? A goal can change things in football, and if that goal stood, it changes things. And for me, what I saw, regardless of how bad we played, especially in the first half, there was definitely more of a fight. Like, I know we got battered, but we haven't got ball-playing midfielders. We got youngsters playing at right back. We've got midfielders out of position. We've got no creativity. We've got nothing, right? So the fact that we were able to stay in the game and have go 1-1 against Arsenal at half time, I think we've got a chance. And I do agree with James. I think we're going to get something out of the Fulham game. I actually think we might win the game. And also, I think our players tend to prefer playing more away from home at the moment as well. So,
okay. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's interesting. I'm going to reserve judgment till later in the week, chaps. You're not getting it out of me yet. What I think is going to happen. You got. Listen.
I'm positive. I think we're gonna. I really are because even the interviews that the guy's done, I don't look at him and think, "Car, what have we brought in?" I think, all right, I believe what you're saying. Like, I'm not saying he's the best manager in the world, but to some extent, I'm like, yeah, I agree with that. And then even after, he said, look, Arsenal are a very good team, and I ain't happy with what I saw. And I think, well, fair play. Like, the one thing I didn't like about Frank was the consistent lying. I saw something better this week. No, you didn't.
Yeah.
None of us did.
Yeah.
For the last sort of 10, 15 games, he was getting better and better and better, but losing. Look, sometimes it works. After the first 5, 6, 7, for me, I would have said, right, that's not working. Let's change sort of tactics here.
Yeah.
And I would rather someone a bit more honest, a bit more upfront. So for me personally, I mean, I know there's rumours that Danso might be out for another 2 weeks. There's also, I saw something this morning that he was in training. I don't know what's true, what's not true. But if Danso and Porro come back, I'm then now, right, you've got your flat back 5. Whether you think it's good enough, you've got your wing backs, you've got your 5, you've got your goalkeeper, whether you think it's good enough or not. Now you have options in midfield. Right, they're not great, but you could go Polina, Gallagher. You could go Gallagher, Basuma. You've got Xavi, Basuma, or whoever. You've got them there. And you've got a fully fit front 3, if you like. Yeah. So, look, the players are not good enough. I'm not saying they are, but at least now you can go, right, if I start Solanke, right, Colo can come on. If I start Colo and Solanke, one of them can come off, Richie can come on. If you don't start Polina can come on. So you've got ways there to change a game.
Mm-hmm.
And there's certain things, like Polina going back to Fulham. Is he going to kind of want to prove a point? And there's so many little bits. For me personally, I think we'll win this game. And if we do, I think we'll stay up. If we don't, I'm like, okay, I'm struggling here now.
Yeah. I'm with you, mate. I'm with you.
Yeah.
It's going to be difficult either way. I think everyone will agree that we're in a bit of a position at the moment. I want to be positive, James. Like, I want to be out there and say, yeah, we're staying up. And listen, mate, I've been predicting this for the last, I don't know, it's 8 or 9 weeks now. It was 7 or 8 weeks. Now it's 8 or 9 weeks. I didn't like the way it was going. As you all know, again, I went to the West Ham game. First time I've been to Spurs for 25 years.
Really?
Right? I never give that club a penny. Never give Levy a penny. Right? Up until the 58 quid it cost me against West Ham the other week. Right? Yeah. And I walked in there, saw a shower of shit. I thought it was awful. Right? Yeah. Unfortunately. And since then, walking out of there and thinking it was awful, I've seen the Newcastle defeat. I've seen us beaten. So you know what I mean? And I'm like, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it now, and I'm thinking, well, I've watched the West Ham game, and I haven't really seen anything that's any better. I keep saying to people, I want to see the pride and I want to see the passion. Surely, if it looks like they're not putting it in out there, if a manager does come in, gets the point over of what he wants, and they actually did lift their game 2 or 3 or 4 or 5%, you'd see a marked improvement, right? But I just want to see a bit of that first, James. If I see that before we get dragged right in, because as you all know, I've said I think if we get in there, we're going to struggle to get back out again.
Yeah.
If we're right in that fight, there's a difference from being 2 games away from it, then results going wrong, and all of a sudden you're within a game. Bums start to go then. And I don't want us to get to that point, and we're nearly there now. We're nearly there now. Listen, I'm just going to go through the super chats quickly because we've had a few today and members, and we'll wrap up the show. Sorry, James, I'd love to have you on a bit longer, but you're always welcome, mate. You can jump on. Sorry about the link thing. My phone.
Yeah, right, you're right. You're right.
You know what I mean. Marcus became a new member today. Marcus, thanks very much. We really appreciate it. And he also sent in a super chat to say he's a fully fledged member now. You always were, Marcus. Don't you worry about that, mate. Vindaloo sent one in. Says, have a beer on me, Cookie, and smash up the subs and likes, people, if you think we are cheating scumbags. Well, I think Danny's might have something to say about Gabriel on that, Vindaloo, but we'll do that another time as well. Rob Belcher, It's popped in. He says, Cookie is the Spurs Lee Judges. As you know, I used to play football against Lee Judges many years ago. And he ain't changed. He ain't changed, Lee. I haven't spoke to him for a long, long time, but I do watch some of his podcasts, and he ain't changed. He's exactly that fella that you see now with his passion, and that's how he was on the football pitch as a player. But a nice guy, Lee. He is a nice guy. Whatever people, I know some people don't like him, but he's just very passionate. Ellie pops in. Super chat is a bit towards that. Yeah, to money, Mark, hunch, much love. There you go. Something like that. Anyway, Ellie, thank you very much. This geezer up the top here as well. I don't know what's going on this show today, but this geezer up the top here as well with a pug, the Harry Kane lookalike geezer. He has chucked in 5 gifted memberships, which I did read out earlier, Danny.
Yeah,
I promise you. And before the phone ran out, I got on the phone to check, and I did read out who they were. I can't tell you who they are now because I didn't write them down. But big up to you, Danny, and big up to all the new members. And please say thank you to Danny. Kev Williams become a new member.
James, you got a membership as well, by the way.
Did I?
Yeah, James got one as well.
Yeah, you got one.
And then
I ain't refunding it.
No, I was saying, can we not take it away from James? He's a fucking fraud. Give it to someone else.
Oh, dear. Big up to Kev Williams. He's become a new member as well. And Shane stuck in a couple of little super chats. Big up to you, Shane. He said, Forest fan here. Game versus you is massive. Yep, I believe that is the one for me. James has already said, you know, if it don't go right against Fulham, he's struggling then. So I'm giving it to the Forest game and up and including that. And just before we do go, protests, people. I need to know when there's going to be a protest about ENIC out. It's the perfect opportunity. They've got nowhere to go, no players to sign, no manager to bring in unless they sack this one after 5 games. They have nowhere to go till the end of the season.
I personally would wait until the end of the season. That's just me. I know what you're saying, but protests don't bring any good feel-good factor or anything.
I know that.
We're in a relegation battle. So for me, I would now organise it for the last game of the season or the last home game of the season. That's when I would organise it now for then, because you know if you're staying up or going down by then, and then everything's done. And then, because if you organise a protest this weekend and we beat Fulham, beat Palace, then what?
Yeah,
you look stupid.
To be fair to James, I've been telling everyone I want to get involved in the protest again. My feeling was maybe 4 or 5 weeks down the line. So then it gives everyone, change for Tottenham, whoever gets involved, plenty of time to get it out there. It's not a 3 days before or a week before. You know,
for me,
make it clear to everyone.
I would just start a GoFundMe. I would literally go start a GoFundMe page, ask everybody to donate whatever they can, and then say, for example, you get 500 quid, but spend all that 500 quid on ENIC out banners and ENIC out a scarf, anything, and in a South Stand, pack it out with that. You don't need to protest outside of the stadium. If that South Stand had 200 flags of ENIC out in, that sends a huge message. People don't have the confidence to join in protests. People don't like some of the people that go to protest. People feel like the people at some of the protests it's all about I told you so. I'm right, you're wrong.
Yeah.
So for me personally, take all of that away. Like I said, a GoFundMe or anything like that. Get loads of flags, loads of banners. You don't even have to earn that much money. You could earn sort of 150, 200 quid and then just invest it and give them out when you get into the South Stand. Do you mind holding this out? We want change. Do you mind holding this? We want change. You probably find most of them say, yeah. And then if you've got 20 or 30 flags, big flags that take up 4 or 5 people, you're now putting that on to the whole of the world and everyone's going to go, wow. Yeah, that's big.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, it's another idea, James. Mate, I'm open to ideas. I think we're on the last legs with ENIC, mate. I honestly do.
Yeah,
I think they've absolutely ruined this football club, mate. One more from Shane. He says we have Europa. I don't know if he meant Champions League, but so we need to be super careful. Shane, as I said to you before, I know we're in the Champions League, mate, and people may well feel differently. I'm one of the older school fans here. You know, as far as we go in the Champions League, that's great. I don't expect us to win the Champions League, nowhere near, right? What's important for me now is that this football club stays in the Premier League. A lot of people, Shane, by the way, are saying, do you know what? Let the club go down so it gets a full reset.
No.
You know, that's not for me.
We can't.
That's not for me, you know, but it is what it is. Look, on that note, I'm getting tapped on the door again. Big up to everyone who's been in today. It's been a magnificent show. Big numbers, great guests. Come on, James, thanks to you for popping on. You're more than welcome anytime, mate. As are you, DK. As is the analyst, he well knows. Before I go, let me just say tonight, once more, 6 p.m., Pure Coys, Nige, doing his first call-in show tonight. Get behind him. Get in the chat. If you want to get on with him, get in the chat. He'll get you on. It's as simple as that. I'll be in the background to help him a little bit. So big up to you, Nige. I hope it all goes really well, mate. And on that note, thank you to everyone. Thank you to the lads that have been on this morning. We'll be back tomorrow morning for another breakfast brunch. Like, subscribe, hype, comment afterwards. You'll always get a reply. Love to you all. And as always, come on, you Spurs.
Get on the Spurs.
Come on, Spurs.
Cookie and the shell.